Oh my God, welcome back to a podcast.
We'll save this relationship.
I'm Sarah, she, her.
I'm Josh, he, him, and on today's podcast, we talked about...
We finished up our Black History Month segment.
Yes.
And we talked about Severance.
And then we did our Reddit stories.
Wow, that's literally it. That's it. That's our intro.
That's, yeah.
Woo!
Is it obvious I'm hungry and I want to go pee and use the bathroom? Yeah.
God.
But yeah, all the timestamps are down in the description. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, hit the gosh darn bell, and rate us 5 stars on Apple and Spotify podcasts. Check out our Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee, and our Throne as well. If you want to support the podcast, get us new chairs.
I broke the chair with my big fat ass again.
So we'll have some new chairs and equipment that we are looking forward to getting in our Throne. So
his heart. Please
consider checking all that out to support us financially. And also, do not forget to check out our mutual aid links down in the description and our link tree.
This is very smart. There's a lot of them. So you gotta go down and look. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Take the initiative, guys.
You gotta.
And everything's down in the description. Timestamps. Yeah, I'm so hungry. I'm sorry.
So hungry and
sorry.
tired.
I know we're rushing through this, but whatever. Enjoy the episode, guys.
Have a good week, babies.
Have a good week.
Yeah.
Enjoy this fucking sweet ass episode.
Enjoy this sweet ass episode.
Hell yeah. See y'all there.
Yeah, bye-bye. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Sarah. How you doing?
I might be sitting different this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, trying a new thing out.
Just trying a new way to sit.
The hearing way.
Yeah. I broke the chair.
During the warm-up.
During the warm-up, so it wasn't on camera, god damn it.
Yeah. It was a wacky warm-up, that's why.
It was a wacky warm-up.
See, we did a great job at the warm-up, so we can do a good job on the podcast.
That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about,
It genuinely is what it's all about.
Oh, man. How are you doing besides the chair breakage TM, Sarah breaks the chair segment?
Doing good. It is painful a little bit.
Okay.
Because it's digging into the fat of my leg.
So, not great?
So, you know...
Do you want to try using your desk chair? I'm willing to bet. No?
That's too much fucking work. This is only going to be 2 hours of recording, so I can wait.
10 hours from now.
I can wait. It's
okay,
fine.
You can wait till we switch over? Okay,
yeah.
Got it. Cool.
But I am sitting different and weird.
Yeah.
So if you're worried about that, I'm not making eye contact with Josh. It's just that I am sitting strange.
Yeah, fair.
Because I'm forced to.
You're forced to, yeah. A circumstance, yeah.
Anyway, go to our Throne... Where we put
new chairs,
chairs on there.
At this point, yeah.
We need new chairs.
We need new chairs,
I've been meaning we need new chairs, man.
Yeah, my back is getting fucked up every time we do the show.
I want to get like nice armchairs for us so bad.
Do we have the room? I guess we could move things around.
Yeah, they are kind of big. I don't know. I want like a nice chair, something to rest my because I always do this.
Oh yeah,
and it makes the thing go down. Which I've put a block on the bottom.
Yeah, like our makeshift Apple box.
Yeah. So I don't need that to. I don't need a new arm thing.
Yeah.
What is this mic stand anymore?
Yeah, you just need a new
chairs though.
Yeah.
And the stool has always done good.
That's true. Yeah. At least it still can hold things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel that. Throne time though. Yeah, we gotta start.
Sometime we get a working TV, or we change this out for like a bookcase or something nice to put like fan stuff on. Or...
I will say we do have to make that PO box, so maybe it would be like a fan wall.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah,
I like that.
Like maybe put like a bulletin board behind us.
Yeah, why don't we get like some sort of bookcase storage?
People send stuff in. I just put red string around it to make it seem like our fans are on the conspiracy.
I love that. Actually, we should do that. That would be easy to make.
That's super easy to make. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, hell yeah.
That'd probably be cheap as hell.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Oh my god, we should do that.
We're doing it.
Oh, we're doing it.
PO box coming like in 2 weeks, maybe. I don't fucking know.
I'm 90% sure we said this last year. The same thing last year.
Listen. We do the show for 4 hours. There's gonna be repeats.
I will say this year we are medicated.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe we'll get something done.
Yeah.
And by we I mean I.
Maybe we'll if we avoid disaster.
Yeah.
As we were talking about it, we've seen a dip.
Oh yeah.
We've seen a dip on the show.
To be fair though, we haven't been posting as much, so that makes sense.
It's our fault.
Yeah.
It's not anybody else's fault. But I think it's
yeah. How do we get that sick
political?
Engagement?
I think made
and
people
probably
go
getting
away.
political. Might have just a little bit. When you get messages that's like, why do you guys call Trump voters stupid?
Which
and
was
we
shocking.
Didn't even,
shocking.
A, didn't even say that. B,
no, we did. Well, I think that for sure, but I
don't give it away, Sarah. Sarah.
No, I will. I think Trump voters are stupid. You voted for Hitler. I don't know what else to describe.
Yeah, I feel like but I feel okay being more open about things I care about. So
that's always the trade-off. Is like, do you like doing your show? Good. No one's gonna watch it. Do you want to have a shitty show where you just talk about stupid shit?
Is this your masterclass? Is this your fucking...
The worst masterclass ever?
If you like what you're doing, you're fucking up.
Yeah, no one gives a shit, actually. But if you don't like what you're doing, people watch it. Isn't that just another hell? Isn't that just a different form of hell than your corporate hell that you live right now?
Probably, yeah.
So why chase fame and just do the thing that you like and do it until you're good enough that people like it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fair. If you build it, they will eventually come.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And our next lesson, audio levels.
Just put all this shit on onto your shit.
Copy, paste it. They're just counting your money.
Yeah.
I'm busy.
I'm busy. I'm counting my money.
Yeah.
Don't bother me.
Yeah.
What the fuck was that? We watched
we watched Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back for the fucking Matt Damon show.
And it was the Matt Damon and Ben Affleck
and Good Will Hunting 2 hunting season.
I forgot that was the subtitle.
Yeah.
And then the
Gus Van Sant, the actual literal director, just counting his money.
Gus, are we going? And he's like, stop talking to me.
Yeah.
And he's counting his fucking money. That was genuinely very funny.
That was a funny moment in that, yeah.
Is it crazy that the only times I've liked Matt Damon actually acting is in...
like
in Jay and Silent Bob, and also Chasing Amy and Dogma.
Yeah,
actually not Chasing Amy. Yeah, I forgot about that. He was shitty in that. But in Dogma and Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Yeah, Kevin Smith really brought out
also Talented Mr. Ripley. Those are the only three.
Yeah, those are. What does that say about you as a person?
I know. Not even Good Will Hunting.
Yeah.
He cried. That was a good scene.
Yeah, he did cry.
That is a good scene.
That is a good scene.
But every other scene, Robin Williams outshines him.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's like, what are we doing here? Or Casey Affleck outshines him.
Yeah, even Casey Affleck. Yeah,
he's a joy to see on screen.
Yeah,
We got to get back into that.
We do. Yeah, this week we'll do it. Yeah.
I'm stalling because I don't have a lot for the Black History Month.
I mean, this is our last one for it. You're doing like kind of a wrap up from what you told me.
Yes, and I will say it's not that there's not enough Black history. There is a lot of Black history.
Yeah.
It's just there's a lot of shit. And I think I was overwhelmed with the concept of what do I end it on? Like it has to be a big thing.
But like you're kind of just putting that on yourself, I suppose.
Yes, which is something I do to myself all the time.
I get it. Yeah, same.
It's just a disease I have.
Yeah.
So it's, it's not anything personal. It's just, So I looked up what I wanted to do. Some people wanted someone mentioned they wanted me to talk about Angela Davis being imprisoned. Which I did look up, and apparently Angela Davis, it was because someone had guns that she had owned.
Oh.
And held up a courthouse and killed 4 people.
Oh.
And then she went to jail, but she didn't do the crime.
Yeah.
So she was acquitted on all charges.
But the fact that she's still...
Yeah, and she was associated with the Communist Party of the United States of America, so it was like one of those things. And she sued for wrongful imprisonment and won.
Yeah,
which is like...
sense.
Imagine how hard that is.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And I've also seen like weird... like drama on like leftist TikTok about Angela Davis, and a lot of it I am nervous to talk about it because a lot of it is like I don't want to get any of the facts wrong because I think that specifically is something that has been manipulated in the news and in like rhetoric, sadly, because Angela Davis is alive.
Yeah,
she's still alive.
Yeah, she's still here. Yeah,
so like this shouldn't really be like a lot of like the most recent. We're in a post Civil Rights Act there's a kind of like a dip of like MLK is assassinated, Malcolm X is assassinated.
Yeah.
There's the rise of the Black Israelites and the sort of Black segregationist movement. There's a lot more Black Republicans. And so it starts to get very murky, and it starts to get very like I could get very conspiracy theoried about it, about like maybe why Trump right now is being very anti-DEI and wants to actually fulfill the end of this like decades long, rollbacks on Black American freedoms. But I did not have enough time to actually do like if I did a deep dive on that, that could be like a thesis for
a fucking like
a
PhD.
history graduate degree.
Yeah.
And this is a podcast that goes out every week, and I can't do that.
You gotta be snappy. Yeah.
Plus, it's also kind of gotten away from the main point that I wanted to do, which is the government is like, no Black History Month. Fuck it, we're turning our backs on history. I wonder why.
Yeah,
everyone's doing quote unquote Roman salutes, which are not Roman salutes. You should not call them Roman salutes. They are Sieg Heils.
Yes.
Because if you call it a Roman salute, it sanitizes it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can't. Don't sanitize Nazism, guys.
Right. And that's kind of the entire point of this segment, is to just look very bravely in the face of history and say that is what happened.
Yeah. And this is how people reacted.
And spreading ideas, because that's what audio formats are about.
Yeah.
That's what radio was about.
Podcasting eventually became about.
Yeah. Until it was manipulated by marketing tactics to sell cigarettes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so I looked up I found a really good timeline of Black history moments from history.com. And history.com is not like a source that I would normally use, and it's also not what you're really taught in academia to use, because it's a for-profit company website.
Like what ulterior motives could they have? Yeah.
So I was like, I'm not going to use just this source, because
you can use it as like a starting point, kind of like how you use Wikipedia as a starting point.
That's what I was going to do. And I was also like, I'm not just going to read from Wikipedia. That's crazy.
Yeah. So
then I found the government website, because I decided I was going to focus more on the Fair Housing Act for the newspaper side. So I was going to give like an overview of like the next steps in Black History Month. Also going to go back and like retcon some of the things I said about Black history, because I think I got some of my dates mixed up.
Oh, okay.
So I want to make sure that I'm correct. And also I was looking at the Fair Housing Act, so I found these government websites, and they seemed to say a different thing than the history.com
Oh, really?
thing, specifically around Martin Luther King. And I have for years, I've followed Bernice King, Martin Luther King's daughter, on Twitter. And I'm very sympathetic to people misusing MLK, which is why I've avoided talking about MLK this whole month. He is a big figure.
Yeah.
And he is to be remembered every Black History Month, because he's, even when you look at history, when you look at Black history, he touches every single issue. And a lot of the advances that the United States made in progressiveness and that Black Americans made, he is at the head of it. Yeah. And that's for a reason. He brought people together, but it wasn't all just him. It was the movements and the people.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to talk about it, because I'm sus of every source.
Yeah.
And I want to be level-headed about that and be very open and honest about that. Because then I started looking at other sources other than the government website. And this is maybe something to talk about with current politics today, on how maybe they're going to start retconning their websites and changing the narrative, is that I could tell that other websites were writing articles using the government website as a source and quoting it, but not really quoting it.
Oh, okay.
Like they were saying literally the exact same sentence structure,
but
as the government website.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, but that sounds different than the history.com situation.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is clarifying what history.com was saying, or if history.com had more information
than the government.
than the government website.
Yeah, okay. I can see why this is a clusterfuck. Yeah.
Yes. So I do just want to... also, there was more information than I knew about Black history that I wanted to talk about that I thought was interesting from the history.com. Like, I found more information
from
history.com than I found at our own government website.
Weirdly enough, not surprised, but that's sad.
It isn't that sad. I think that's very sad. And so some of it is interesting. And then I do have one newspaper article, because it was also very hard to find newspaper articles about these sort of various nebulous topics.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we'll start on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to read this history.com website, I guess.
Fair enough.
Sit-in movement and founding of SNCC. So this is when, that famous photo of young Black individuals sitting at a desk at a bar.
Oh.
Like a ice cream shop.
Maybe? I'm not sure, actually,
and
right now.
And being harassed. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
On February 1st, 1960, 4 Black students from the Agricultural and Technical College in Greensboro, North Carolina, sat down at the lunch counter in a local branch of Woolworth's and ordered coffee. Refused service due to the counter's whites-only policy, they stayed put until the store closed and returned the next day with other students. Heavily covered by the news media, the Greensboro sit-in sparked a movement that spread quickly to college towns throughout the South and into the North as young Black and white people engaged in various forms of peaceful protest against segregation in libraries, on beaches, in hotels, and other establishments.
Okay.
Though many protesters were arrested for trespassing, disorderly conduct, or disturbing the peace, their actions made an immediate impact, forcing Woolworths, among other establishments, to change their segregationist policies. To capitalize on the sit-in movement's increasing momentum, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the SNCC, was founded in Raleigh, North Carolina in April 1960. Over the next few years, SNCC broadened its influence, organizing so-called freedom rides through the South in 1961 and the historic March on Washington in 1963. It also joined the NAACP in pushing for the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Later, SNCC would mount an organized resistance to the Vietnam War. As its members faced increased violence, SNCC became more militant, and by the late 1960s, it was advocating the Black Power philosophy of Stokely Carmichael, SNCC's chairman from 1966 to 1967. And its successor, H. Rap Brown. By the early 1970s, SNCC was effectively disbanded. Core and Freedom Rides. So this is the Congress of Racial Equality Core, which I'm talking about this specifically because in one of the articles that we talked about last week, they mentioned Core.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So CORE is they sought to end discrimination and improve race relations through direct action. So CORE staged a sit-in at a coffee shop. Organized a journey of reconciliation in which a group of Black and white activists rode together on a bus through the Upper South in 1947, a year after the U.S. Supreme Court banned segregation in interstate bus travel. In Boynton versus Virginia in 1960, the court extended the earlier ruling to include bus terminals, restrooms, and other related facilities, and CORE took action to test the enforcement of that ruling. In May 1961, CORE sent 7 African Americans and 6 white Americans on a freedom ride on 2 buses from Washington, D.C., bound for New Orleans. The Freedom Riders were attacked by angry segregationists outside of Anniston, Alabama, and one bus was even firebombed. Local law enforcement responded, but slowly.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and U.S. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy eventually ordered State Highway Patrol protection for the Freedom Riders to continue to Montgomery, Alabama, where they again encountered violent resistance. And Kennedy had to send federal marshals to escort the riders to Jackson, Mississippi. Images of the bloodshed made the worldwide news, and the Freedom Rides continued. In September, under pressure from CORE and other civil rights organizations, as well as from the Attorney General's office, the Interstate Commerce Commission ruled that all passengers on interstate bus carriers should be seated without regard to race, and carriers should not mandate segregated terminals. Yeah. Integration of Ole Miss, September 1962. So, Ole Miss is the University of Mississippi. And they admitted a black man, James Meredith, who was in the Air Force. They eventually it led to integration. And sorry, there's so much time. I have to continue.
No, yeah.
Birmingham Church was bombed in 1963. And then 1963 as well was the March on Washington, the very famous MLK speech.
Yeah.
I Have a Dream. And then we talked about the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Yep.
Freedom Summer and the Mississippi burning murders, June 1964. So immediately after, we're going to see a rise of white supremacy and like the
retaliation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Selma to Montgomery March, 1965. So there was another march. And this is specifically after the 1964 Civil Rights Movement. MLK decided he was going to focus on fair housing.
Mm.
And so the second march, he was going to do it again. And he was like, okay, this is more about housing at this point. Because he wanted black Americans to be able to, we talk about generational wealth all the time.
Yeah.
How, and we can go back to the United States saying to black Americans, hey, you could be on a farm. You could work on a farm.
Yeah. Meanwhile, going to sharecropping and all these other things they try to do.
Right.
That doesn't really build.
Promoting going to a university, which at that time
would have actually
led to a higher paying position.
Yeah.
Had black Americans been integrated into higher paying positions at that time and been able to set up generational homes in more wealthier areas,
maybe they'd actually have more generational wealth. But what they only had from then to now, it's 60 years since Civil Rights Act.
Now you meet people that are well, then why are black people so poor all the time? Or black people equals poor people, which is not true.
It's not true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the reason why systemically they've been poorer, quote unquote, is because white people have had 150-year start,
yeah, and also
and used black people to build their own generational wealth,
and also the collapsing of the middle class economically in the United States. So, is there any real social mobility? The American dream of having a wife, a kid, a dog, and 2.5 children, and a picket fence.
Yeah.
Is that attainable
anymore?
Every single white millennial and Gen Zer is going to tell you no.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being born not just in a lower middle class, working class, whatever, but even poorer, and then having to quote unquote pull yourself up by your bootstraps? No.
Yeah.
That's fucking hard. And it's more difficult for a portion of our community than it is for everybody else, and that's unfair. Which I don't think that's a crazy thing to say.
No, I don't think so either.
So yeah, that's why fair housing is so important. And then Malcolm X was assassinated February 1965. Voting Rights Act of 1965. So less than a week after the Selma to Montgomery marchers were beaten and bloodied by Alabama state troopers in March 1965, President Lyndon Johnson addressed a joint session of Congress calling for federal legislation to ensure protection of the voting rights of African Americans. The result was the Voting Rights Act, which Congress passed in August 1965. The Voting Rights Act sought to overcome the legal barriers that still existed at the state and local levels, preventing black citizens from exercising the right to vote given them by the 15th Amendment. So essentially it was enforcing voting rights for black Americans. Rise of Black Power. Fair Housing Act, April 1968. So the Fair Housing Act of 1968 meant as a follow-up to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, marked the last great legislative achievement for the civil rights era, originally intended to extend federal protection of civil rights to civil rights workers. It was later expanded to address racial discrimination in the sale, rental, or financing of housing units. After the bill passed the Senate by an exceedingly narrow margin in early April, it was thought that the increasingly conservative House of Representatives, wary of the growing strength and militancy of the Black Power movement, would weaken it considerably. On the day of the Senate vote, however, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis. Pressure to pass the bill increased amid the wave of national remorse that followed, and after a strictly limited debate, the House passed the Fair Housing Act on April 10th. President Johnson signed it into law the following day. Over the next years, however, there was little decrease in housing segregation, and violence arose from black efforts to seek housing in white neighborhoods. From 1950 to 1980, the total black population in America's urban centers increased from 6.1 million to 15.3 million, not billion. During this same time period, white Americans steadily moved out of the cities into the suburbs, taking with them many of the employment opportunities black people needed. And this way, the ghetto, an inner city community plagued by high unemployment, crime, and other social ills, became an ever more prevalent fact of urban black life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is also, if we bring up gentrification, white people moving back into cities.
But then, like,
forcing historic black families out of those areas.
Yeah, so we can build a fucking Whole Foods.
And raising the rent of everybody else's.
Yeah, and moving them out and like... Yeah, because what is it? When
I'd be annoyed at least.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Least.
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe furious is another.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, especially if like...
Deeply angry.
Yeah, because you're dealing with like coming out of redlining and shit like that, where... And then doing it now where, like, if you build one, like, 5/1 that has rent that's, like, $300 above market rate.
Yeah.
All the landlords around now realizing they can probably charge $300 more. They're going to start charging more if they can, if that becomes the new quote-unquote market rate, you know?
Yeah. There's so much more. We're going to stop at this point, and
okay.
I am going to talk a little bit more about the fair housing. And then we're going to wrap it up. And there's so much black history that you can delve into, and I really recommend that you do it.
Oh, yeah.
After this, there's, of course, we just talked about MLK's assassination. There also seems to be a rise in, like, a post-MLK, like, there starts to be popping up more black Republicans.
Oh, yeah.
And Republicans seem to try to align themselves more with black Americans.
Oh yeah.
And it's pretty silly, even though there are black Republicans that go against the Republican Party who believe in black liberation, which is amazing. And exceedingly brave. Yeah, and there's really cool shit. I'll give the link to Josh to put in our link tree for this episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like the first a black woman to run for presidency, which I thought was really interesting. Lots of other really great stuff.
Yeah.
So this is from a history of fair housing from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So HUD.gov.
This is going to be great.
This is so fun.
Oh, God. Sorry, because I'm just thinking of fucking Ronald Reagan, because we stopped right before the dismantling of most institutions.
Well, last week you brought up that Nixon passed the Fair Housing Act. You did.
That would have been Nixon, yeah.
Yes, and he did, technically. But the Fair Housing Act was...
I don't want to turn this into how Ronald Reagan ruined everything, but...
Nixon also did. Like,
no, yeah, I know, yeah.
Like, there's a lot of, like, it seems like it's one of those things where, they'll say, like, the economy was terrible under Biden. And it's like, because we're dealing with laws that Trump passed
in 2016, 2017 that were purposefully delayed.
Yeah, or it just takes a long time for the economy to have the react to laws passed. Like laws, that doesn't necessarily mean now this is the lay of the law and everything's going to
change like that.
No, it takes years oftentimes. Pretty much all the time. Everything politics wise takes years and decades and yeah, which is something that everyone should keep in mind, because I think a lot of times now we'll be like, why isn't it changed?
The moment that we exist in right now is the only moment that's ever existed.
Yeah, and I do see a lot of misinformation about that too, because it's yeah. Anyway, so history of fair housing. On April 11th, 1968, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which was meant as a follow-up to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The 1968 Act expanded on previous acts and prohibited discrimination concerning the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on race, religion, national origin, sex, and as amended, handicap and family status. Title 8 of the Act is also known as the Fair Housing Act of 1968. The enactment of the Federal Fair Housing Act on April 11, 1968 came only after a long and difficult journey. From 1966 to 1967, Congress regularly considered the Fair Housing Bill, but failed to garner a strong enough majority for its passage. However, when the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on April 4th, 1968, President Lyndon Johnson utilized this national tragedy to urge for the bill's speedy congressional approval.
Wait, so that's how we're saying? Okay, sorry.
Since the 1966 open housing marches in Chicago, Dr. King's name had been closely associated with the fair housing legislation. President Johnson viewed the act as a fitting memorial to the man's life work and wished to have the act passed prior to Dr. King's funeral in Atlanta.
The way that's written really makes it seem like Lyndon P. Johnson utilized this tragedy for himself to get this law passed, as if it's like some sort of political move. But that's okay, because they're also saying it like it's a memorial thing. Yeah, as a memorial is crazy.
Passing a bill as a memorial.
That's not okay.
I don't know if there's actual
evidence or proof,
primary sources about that. I just find the phrasing of it.
The phrasing's really bad.
Silly.
Yeah.
Another significant issue during this time period was the growing casualty list from Vietnam. The deaths in Vietnam fell heaviest among young, poor African American and Hispanic infantrymen. However, on the home front, these men's families could not purchase or rent homes in certain residential developments on account of their race or national origin. Specialized organizations like the NAACP, the GI Forum, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, NAREB, and the National Committee Against Discrimination in Housing lobbied hard for the Senate to pass the Fair Housing Act and remedy this inequity. Senators Edward Brooke and Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts argued deeply for the passage of this legislation. In particular, Senator Brooke, the first African American ever to be elected to the Senate by popular vote, spoke personally of his return from World War II, and inability to provide a home of his choice for his new family because of his race. With the cities rioting after Dr. King's assassination and destruction mounting in every part of the United States, the words of President Johnson and congressional leaders rang the bell of reason for the House of Representatives, who subsequently passed the Fair Housing Act. Without debate, the Senate followed the House in its passage of the act, which President Johnson then signed into law.
Sorry, what was it, riots? Because it said they said riots.
Yes. So post Dr. Martin Luther King, there was people were deeply, deeply upset.
Okay, I just want to make sure, just because
they did say riots. Yeah,
and it's like, because I feel like nowadays when we use the word riot, like,
well, that's the thing. Then you go back and you look at George Floyd, and it's like, are those riots really?
Yeah,
like, we used to be a country. We used to riot like a country about something, and now it's like a bunch of people give. Like, there's photos of a girl giving a cop a flower, and you're saying that's a riot?
Yeah, that's
There's a bunch of people standing in one place, and then the cops showing up in tactical gear.
Yeah, with
shit was insane.
Smoke grenades, flash bombs, fucking yeah.
That's why anytime someone says the George Floyd riots, I fucking correct them, because I'm like, no, they were protests.
Yeah,
those were protests, and then the cops showed up and beat the shit out of people for no fucking reason.
Like, factually, 99% of every Joe Biden, 99% of those protests were just protests, and nothing major happened. And if there was, it was because of the police.
And that was one of the most crazy making situations in recent memory, other than COVID and people saying you should inject horse tranquilizer into your eyes or something. It was just because I remember having friends going to the protests, them seeing videos of cops putting bricks next to protests.
Yeah, and
Like plainclothes cops showing up and being like, yeah, we should attack Wendy's. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Why would we do that?
And of course, there were bad actors, like kids that wanted to get in there and fuck shit up because they wanted to just be stupid and take over a movement. But I don't think that, it's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a whole idea there that is, we probably shouldn't let the police murder black people in the street for no reason.
Yeah.
Other than racism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably that's bad. Probably black
probably
people.
Bad to have racist cops.
Yeah, probably bad.
Maybe the cops aren't doing a good job, period, actually, if we start thinking about it more and more. Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Why are we giving them so much money? Why are we giving them tanks?
Yeah.
Why are we giving them cars that can do a pit maneuver? Why are they being trained to do pit maneuvers on the highway?
That's pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cop cities, why are we doing that? What's going on with that? The power to appoint the first officials administering the act fell upon President Johnson's successor, Richard Nixon. President Nixon tapped then Governor of Michigan, George Romney, for the post of Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. While serving as governor, Secretary Romney had successfully campaigned for the ratification of a state constitutional provision that prohibited discrimination in housing. President Nixon also appointed Samuel Simmons as the first Assistant Secretary for Equal Housing Opportunity. When April 1969 arrived, HUD could not wait to celebrate the Act's first anniversary. When that inaugural year, HUD completed the Title VIII Field Operations Handbook and instituted a formalized complaint process. Ooh, nice. In truly festive fashion, HUD hosted a gala event at the Grand Ballroom of New York's Plaza Hotel.
Ooh.
From across the nation, advocates and politicians shared in this marvelous evening, including one of the organizations that started it all, the National Committee Against Discrimination in Housing. And I stopped reading at this point.
Yeah, that's...
In subsequent years, the tradition of celebrating Fair Housing Month grew larger and larger.
Fair Housing Month?
Governors began to issue proclamations that designated April as Fair Housing Month, and schools across the country sponsored poster and essay contests that focused upon fair housing issues. Regional winners from these contests often enjoyed trips to Washington, D.C. for events with HUD and their congressional representatives.
I love the contestification of our government.
Hey,
and also,
it's a month.
Hey guys, here's what we should do. We should all just take a knee in the center of the government. So that shows how we really support them.
Dude, I'm forever gonna have like friends that are like, it's my birthday month. I'm just gonna think about Fair Housing Month.
Fair Housing Month, yeah.
Why are you doing the Fair Housing Month of yourself?
I did it.
Straight up, and then you start thinking about...
That's so...
And I also can't believe that they brought up that black military personnel coming back from Vietnam, like military infantrymen coming back from Vietnam, not being able to get a house.
Yeah.
We held a gala after passing the act the next year. It was awesome.
We didn't really do much to necessarily enforce it, maybe. Like, we're not going to talk about that. But
shit was epic. That was an epic party that one night. That's crazy to me.
Let's out the hotel, guys. We're good. Just fucking... Wow. That's, yeah, especially considering, like, I'm thinking of, like, Section 8 housing and how, like, we fucking completely dropped the ball still.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. No, that's pretty bad, actually. Christ. Throwing yourselves a little party is crazy. That's okay. Just thinking about how shitty things are right now, and like people took the time for a month to celebrate them doing nothing other than one thing one time. So
I don't know. Did we know that these guys were throwing themselves a party? Do they do things? I don't know. Does anyone deal with them?
They're not talking about what they're doing.
No,
yeah.
they don't. I don't know what they do, truly.
They passed one thing one time.
Do they like investigate? Do they like, do they stop discrimination? But everyone else that I've read about over this past month,
At least
we'll say like, yeah, so then this happens and then they sued and they won. And this guy, are you suing people? What's happening?
Yeah, what's your function?
Are you suing landlords that discriminate against people?
Or are you just
throwing
sitting
a party
around, just twiddling your thumbs?
I just found that so fucking funny. And I know it's on their website, so, they're allowed to talk about whatever.
But it's like...
This is a government website.
This is a government website. Maybe we should have more factual, experiences here.
Just blatantly. I just find that very
I wonder if there's an archive of that page specifically. I wonder if that's always been like that.
Or
if it changed recently.
That'd be silly if it was.
Because,
we had a good time. Anyway. Because
I know a lot of websites just absolutely got fucked day one.
Here's an article from the Kansas City Star, January 16th, 1968. There's only one article. It's very small.
No, I get you. Sorry, I'm only stretching my shoulders because fucking...
No, I get it. We've been here for a long time. Some of that also might get cut out for everyone. There will be more on my Tumblr later.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Not cutting any of that out.
You should. Housing bill stirs docking. Kansas governor wary of hidden danger in proposals. Fear of penalties. Too stern a measure could lead to harassment, he says. By Ray Morgan.
Okay.
The Star's Kansas correspondent. Topeka, Governor Robert Docking said today that he sees dangers in the passage of a Fair Housing Act, and the rights of all persons, including the property owners, were not safeguarded. Oh.
Think about the property owners, though, Sarah.
Dude.
What about their rights?
Bravest man that ever lived. Think about the landlord, man.
Think about the fucking...
Think about that.
Landlords actually should get tipped.
Fuck you for even bringing it up.
Do you remember that?
I do remember that. That was insane.
I hope that guy's dead.
I hope so too.
I hope he died in a horrific, slow, painful death.
Yeah, me too.
If he's not, I don't want to suggest anything like sending me an address or anything, but
you're finally seeing shit the way I see it. All I needed to do was teach you about Black history. You're finally cool with violence against these horrible people. See, he was just uneducated. I think if we just educate everyone, we could all do crime.
Be educated, do crime. That's the saying. Yeah,
be educated, do crime. At a press conference, Governor Docking said that he would want to see the form of a Fair Housing Act in Kansas before he would say whether he would sign it. Fear is a harsh law. There are some dangers in the passage of such an act if it is not properly drawn,
Guys,
Governor Docking said.
Think of the slave owners. What about them?
Think about them.
God.
I was gonna make a joke that's we can't do an anti-rape law. What about the rapists? But we do that.
Yeah,
we do
already. I got some news for you. Yeah.
Sorry, just lived in a better world for a second.
Yeah. Listen, a better world is possible, all right? But
if I can dream of it, it's possible.
If you can dream it, you can do it.
Yeah.
John Heder, whatever that ice skating movie was.
I just was thinking, don't think it, don't say it for some reason.
The Babadook? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
My man. Fuck. Shit.
Don't slander that good movie.
Sorry.
I think it is possible that the penalties for alleged violations of such an act could be made far too severe. I think it is also possible to pass an act that would make it so easy to make complaints on the part of individuals that it could become a form of harassment.
What? The what? Think about the landlords getting harassed.
Dude.
Think about the banks redlining getting them harassed.
You went to Vietnam. You came back. You survived Vietnam.
Yeah.
You walked back. You set your foot back on your home country, your soil, and you can't
get a house
because of the way that you look.
Yeah,
and this guy's like, but what if we get annoyed?
This might be too severe. This might be too severe.
I don't want to hear any complaining.
Yeah. Quit fucking nagging, guys.
Quit nagging me, all right? This is fucked up.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you feel that one of the problems is that a bill might be passed which contained provisions which were politically expedient rather than safeguarding the rights of all concerned? Docking was asked. Yes, the governor said that's one of the problems.
Concerning. Wait, I have to give black people houses? Concerning.
Was this editorialized? I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. That seems like a very specific question.
Extremely specific.
Was Rupert Murdoch already alive at this point, or what? Like, which one of you guys?
Who is that bootlicker of a journalist? What the hell? Facts needed, he says. The Kansas governor said...
Destroying the facts and logic.
Oh, shit. The Kansas governor said he considered the problem of fair housing one that is emotionally charged.
Very emotional, yeah.
And one that is hard to consider in the cold light of the facts.
You know, the emotion of wanting shelter.
I know.
Yeah.
I think we all know that deeply.
That deep emotion.
Yeah.
Right between anger and sadness.
In our biology. Yeah. Docking said he had made it clear that he opposed discrimination in all forms in his message. But
yay!
Said, is this the first one? It's not the first one, but it's like
it feels like
one of the earlier "I'm not racist" butts I've ever read in my life.
Sure, yeah.
But said he had not made a specific recommendation on the passage of a Fair Housing Act. Like all previous racism was like, no, I am racist.
Now we're hiding it. Yeah.
Now we gotta hide it because of the. So it's like the Civil Rights Act made every racist just a coward.
Yeah.
Well, they were always a coward.
They were always cowards. They were racist, yeah.
But at least they were like out and about it, so you could be like, that guy's
racist. Get him. Yeah. Fucking.
Like, no wonder one of the most evil people elected comes out, and they're like, oh, thank God I don't have to hide.
Finally.
Oh, good.
Fucking losers.
Yeah. A Fair Housing Act has been pending in the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee since the 1967 session and is scheduled to come up in the current session. On other matters, the governor said that he had great faith in John Montgomery, Junction City publisher, and his Kansas highway director, and Gail Moss, formerly managing director of the Kansas Turnpike Authority, who is serving as his highway bond consultant, to present adequate information on his highway proposals to the House and Senate roads and highways. Not about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Open housing to a vote. Columbia City Council amends ordinance. Columbia, Missouri, the Columbia City Council voted last night to submit an open housing ordinance to a vote of residents. The ordinance, which bans discrimination in the sale and rental of housing because of race, color, religion, or national origin, was presented to the council by Mayor George F. Nicklaus as an alternative to a proposal presented by a coalition of Columbia civil rights groups. And then it's a tiny article about this lady, Dorothy, who reported that her television set was stolen.
What?
Yeah.
That's important.
That is important.
Yeah. That's crazy. Fuck that governor, though, man. Holy shit.
Guys, what if someone is annoying to me?
Yeah. I don't know if this is staying in, but okay, one guy gets shot and now we have to start doing stuff.
Oh, now we all gotta care about people.
Oh, we gotta care about him.
Okay. Some guy said some words.
Yeah.
And then he got shot.
So like 10 people showed up to Washington or whatever, and now I have to give them rights?
That's dumb.
Not in my backyard.
Yeah.
NIMBYs, man.
NIMBYs.
They're everywhere.
They are everywhere.
They need to stop.
They do.
Yeah.
And so do racists.
And racists. Well, come on. NIMBYs and racists. You can.
It's
a circle.
It's a circle. The Venn diagram's a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I think I'm happy that you did talk about as much of it as you did, because I do think it does lead to a great punchline of that dumbass governor.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's so easy to dehumanize people in this country.
Yeah.
Like, we really were taught how to do that.
Yeah, it's I want to say inherently, I think it's not easy to dehumanize people from when you're born. You know what I mean? Like, it's a thing that's taught.
A baby doesn't know how to dehumanize something. Yeah. But when you are taught, especially as white children, from my experience, it is taught. Like, racism is taught.
Yeah.
To children.
Whether it's in a history book, whether it's from your parents.
Or just in social cues. Like, even if your parents believe that they're not racist, like, it could be like a liberal or something. But even if they walk around and they say, yeah, I don't like rap music.
Yeah, it's like, why?
Why? My grandma was an English professor, and one time I got really into it with her because she said that rap music isn't
real music, I'm assuming. Yeah.
And I was like, can you write something like that? Like I got so pissed with her because I was like, you're an English professor. Like you teach
and this is what you're teaching people
and poetry.
And you're gonna say rap very specifically. Have
you listened to any? And she had, because my brothers like showed her whatever they were into.
Yeah.
But she was always like, and we were just like in a Steak and Shake, and it was playing, in the over the speaker comm, and she was as hip hop was getting more and more into popular culture.
Yeah.
Which it was popular culture at that time, but as it was dominating like the radio more and more, she started being more and more like, no, like rap music. And I was like, fucking why?
Yeah.
Fucking why?
Some of the best music.
Yeah.
I think that's listen, I don't necessarily listen to country. I don't call that not music.
No. I
think that's the dumbest shit you could ever fucking say and I think that's like some of the best music comes from all genres, you know what I mean? Like, and especially recently.
Yes.
I mean, fuck, man, Not Like Us, like winning 5 fucking Grammy. Dude, I was watching a fucking supercut of known piece of shit DJ academics realizing that Kendrick Lamar lost and trying to justify Drake's fucking responses.
Oh, realizing that Drake lost and trying to justify?
Yeah.
You said Kendrick Lamar lost.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, Drake. Watching DJ academics realize that Drake lost the beef during Not Like Us.
Yeah.
That's a cultural moment, man. That's an important...
It truly is, man.
I think, and that was the biggest thing that happened last year in a lot of, like, in art. To me, I think in a year that a lot of shit happened. Like,
well, it's also one of those, quote unquote alternative facts, that movement. I start seeing people that just believe in a separate reality than what
not real
reality actually is.
Yeah,
because once again, I was on Reddit for this job.
Yeah,
and I scrolled past r/Drizzy. I'm not even a part of r/Drizzy,
but because you visited it once, right? It's like, hey, here's posts from a community you might like.
Well, I think also because people went there to clown on people in r/Drizzy, and also there's a lot of people in r/Drizzy.
Oh, fair, yeah.
But I think a lot of them have left, maybe.
For some reason,
the ones posting on there are not the brightest of the bunch. And I remember I have been on there for years now, and they used to be smarter than what they are now. So that's all I'll say. But like, there was a post that was like, there's some AI photo or some photoshopped photo of Kendrick Lamar's face on a robot because they're trying to say that Not Like Us was botted because Billboard said that Not Like Us was number 3 of the charts, but they didn't provide any numbers.
What? I'm willing to bet they had.
And so they're saying that he botted it. And then I hopped over to TikTok because I was like, Reddit sucks. Went on to TikTok. And I saw an Asian grandma and two, or maybe she's not a grandma, just an old Asian woman and 2 younger women dancing to Not Like Us.
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
Where she was like Kendrick Lamar at the Super Bowl and the 2 younger Asian women behind her were the dancers.
Oh, yeah.
And it was so cute because she was just dancing like, whoop.
Yeah. That's fucking...
It was very cute, man.
That's culture, man. That's to write off an entire genre.
It's so funny. Just, if it connects... art like that, regardless of who makes it, what idea it's saying, anything, if it connects all fucking cultures together, that is a feat.
Yeah. That is a big fucking feat.
It is really hard to do that, and we shouldn't just try to minimize it. I feel like even just the act of minimizing and saying that it was botted or that it wasn't a big cultural moment is racist.
Yeah. And you can prove that by all the comments after the Super Bowl by racist. Yeah. Boring.
Right. Like, we all know that feels racist.
Yeah, I will turn the TV off. I saw that was a real tweet I saw. That's a real tweet I saw.
I thought we were making up some white shit.
No, that was white shit.
It was.
Some fucking cracker, said that.
Yes, I will turn the TV off. Anyway, my main point at the end of all of this is that America can be whatever the fuck you want it to be. And we shouldn't let hateful people take America, this country, and turn it into something that it always was, which was horrible and terrible.
Yeah.
But America can, I believe, can be something better.
Yeah, I think that's the sad truth of this is like, for the same reason I think this country is awful is also kind of the same reason why I think it can get better, because like you know, like the ideas of like the revolutionary, like being like one of the bigger countries to fucking do it at the time, and like having a piece of paper that does say you should be free is good, even though we've never really it is a lie that it was built on, but it doesn't have to be a lie forever.
No, I think,
and honestly, we should work hard to make it a good place to live, because we do have the potential.
Yeah.
Currently, I don't know what the fuck he's gonna do tomorrow, but like fucking
who knows?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, it's the point of fascism is to instill apathy in you.
Yeah.
And I think as white people, we can look at Black liberation and Black history and see that people that were so cut down, dehumanized from the beginning of existence in this country have spent the entirety of their lives struggling against a system that has said time and time again, I don't know, I don't really want to give you right. Maybe I'll give, I don't know, maybe, no.
Yeah.
I guess. Okay.
Why are you bothering me?
It's not bothering me. It's not being annoying. It's over. It's over. It's done. What do you mean? Racism is done.
I'm going on break.
We can all tell that that's not right.
Yeah.
And just having that idea is radical. And being loud about that idea is what we need to do. Is what I believe. And it was what my manipulation is. And this whole thing, my point is that I don't believe in America, the government.
Yes.
Because they've allowed this to happen.
Yes.
And I think there's a shame that we all feel in that.
You know, it's
and a distrust.
You don't believe in America the state, but you could believe in America the nation, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The people, yeah, which those are two technically different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I feel terrible for people that don't know this, that weren't taught this, that were manipulated into believing something that dehumanizes their neighbor.
Yeah.
Because now they are living a life scared of people that they could be friends with, that they could have wonderful experiences with.
Nothing wrong.
That could not only enrich their lives, but they could enrich their neighbors' lives as well. And they just don't. They don't because of fear. Because fear is easy, and being scared of everyone else other than the people that look like you is easy. But talking to people and caring about them is really hard. And we shouldn't be people that take the easy way out. We should be people that do the hard thing.
Yeah, because the hard thing is like 9 times out of 10 worth it.
Always, I think.
Yeah, probably always, honestly, yeah.
And I think, everything's really hard right now, and it's going to be really hard because we're in a rough thing, but I don't think anyone should give up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And especially if we're white liberals, white leftists, there's no reason we should give up.
Yeah.
Just at the first moment that our rights are being stripped away. Fuck
it.
This.
Yeah.
No. You should look at history, and you should look at the movements of other people, and you should feel like, okay, you know what? Maybe it's worth it.
Maybe there's something to learn from this. Yeah. Nah. All of history is just there's no
all this.
There's no politics in history,
right?
Much like there's no politics in art.
Yeah,
there's no politics in anything really, unless you're in a courtroom.
That's literally what it is.
That's the only place. That's the
law
only place.
and order.
SVU, yeah.
The police part, not politics.
Not politics.
The law part was politics.
That's politics, because those are laws.
Actually, and that's not even really politics. It's just like civil court.
Yeah.
When you go into when you're in the White House, that's politics.
When it's politics.
Yeah.
Anything outside of it, not politics.
No, it's just normal.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
stupid.
Speaking of being in a building.
Great segue.
Let's talk about Severance, Joshua.
I thought you were going to say we're in a building, but that's also a fun topic to talk about.
True.
Yeah, Severance.
When did we leave off? Episode 2?
I think we only did 2 episodes when we last talked about this.
What are we on, episode 6?
Yeah, and 7, 8, 9 are coming out.
Oh, shit.
In the next 3 weeks.
What was episode 3?
It's the one, how do I describe it? Okay. You know what? Okay, here's what happened. Like, they're slowly going back to work, right? I remember that. They're trying to figure out what is it? Mark's Audi. Yeah. Audi Mark is trying to figure out what the message was.
What's up with his wife?
Yeah, because they said she's alive because his sister is like he was holding the picture of your wife. Yeah. And Mark's like, fuck you, and then leaves a diner while also they're listening. Lumen's listening to him because they have a guy that's like their new there was that security guard in the beginning of season 1 that got fucking killed. Oh yeah. Spoilers. But it'll be in parentheses.
All of this is spoilers.
All this is spoilers. So like he's trying to come up with a plan. The plan is to burn into his eyes who is alive.
This is when he gets reintegrated?
This is the first, that's literally, this is when this happens. Yeah. So he's trying to do that, and he's like timing out like how long it takes to go in. He has to like it's like a minute, 2 minutes.
And then Ragabi, which is from the first season, she did the reintegration of Petey, which Mark believed that's what led to his death, but really Petey didn't follow the reintegration. Yeah. Like aftercare, but we're still not sure if that's
what
the case.
That is. Yeah, and what that's supposed to be. So he gets reintegrated.
Yeah,
or
he
agrees
agrees
the process.
to be reintegrated because Ragabi confirms that she's in Lumen.
Yeah,
Miss Casey's in Lumen.
Yeah, and Gemma is. Yeah. And so he gets reintegrated at the end. He starts the process at the end of episode 3. And then we skip time.
Yes.
We don't see what happens
maybe.
immediately.
Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, at some point in the future, like maybe a week or 2, because it really isn't that long of a time scale to show.
No. Everybody wakes up outside in the snow. Because the creator of the show wants to fuck with you, man.
Yeah. Did we talk about these already? Because I'm now remembering saying that I was a dumbass for thinking Helly.
I think that was just us talking about it.
Hold on, maybe. Fuck. Hold on.
Well, we talked about it a little bit last episode.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did talk about it a little bit. Yeah. Okay. So to give more of a background. Yeah. So they all wake up. We start the episode with Irving, and we end the episode with Irving as well.
Yes, we do.
And they're going on a little corporate retreat in the mountains so they can follow the path of Kier's brother.
Dieter, yeah,
who's a fucking serial masturbator.
Who's described as like a kid that like lures Kier out into the wilderness to masturbate and run away from his parents.
Yeah.
And Kier is saying that he's like, he kind of like gave into his like base instincts, I guess, with Dieter, but then eventually he wanted to go home and Dieter didn't want to.
And you have to tame your woe, I think, is the specific thing this is supposed to be.
Yes, which I think implies that Dieter was like deeply sad or something and wanted to leave, like wanted to run away. Which, I mean, we don't really talk about that. No one's really talking about that as much, which kind of pisses me off. But it's like, that usually implies that there's like abuse happening, which I would believe the way that Helena's father reacts to her. They're all descendants of Kier. It's like, it's like a cycle of family abuse in a way that is very uniquely white, upper class family, like individualizing each other and dehumanizing each other to a point of manipulation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Makes sense to me, but
or maybe you're some asshole. Yeah,
maybe I'm just some fucking asshole. But yeah, so they all have to follow this like it's a religious like
experience.
Yeah, like a fucking like a pilgrimage or something.
Yeah,
they all have to do. They have to go to the scissor cave and some
shit like that.
Some shit like that.
And meanwhile, they walk into not clones of themselves. People thought it was clones, but like they're just body doubles.
Yeah, which I really think they're robots, man.
I don't know about the robot theory yet.
I really think
feel
they're
like
robots, like androids. I really think that. I truly think that's so hard.
I don't know. I really don't know yet. I'm not going to theorize on that part, I think. Yeah. But yeah, they're like following their doubles as well, and like Milchick is showing them the biggest waterfall on planet Earth, which is
not
just
true.
like
He's just lying
like 20
to them
feet,
for no fucking reason.
But they believe it because they've never seen a fucking waterfall before.
They've never been outside before.
Yeah, this is the first time.
Well, technically they were outside during the overtime contingency,
but that was also at night, and like most of them, the only person I think that actually went outside was Irving. Yeah. Very specifically, and he wasn't focused on looking up to see how tall the sky is.
No, he's focused on the love of his life, Bert,
which we will get to.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they followed the path, and then like they're sitting around a campfire, and Helly is like really warming up to Mark.
Yeah, she's like joking about like the shit that they're learning about, which is like, dude, this is a story that's like, don't masturbate.
Yeah, and then Milchick is like punishes them by throwing away all the marshmallows with Kier on
with
them.
Kier's face emblazoned on them,
and tosses it and is like marshmallows are for team players, which I said that's a real Denny's is for winners vibe.
Moment.
Yeah.
And then Mark and Helly have sex, and Irving argues with everyone, says he's on to Helly and is like, you're not who you say you are.
Yeah.
And Helly and Irving have a real like, Irving's like, please tell me. Yeah. And Helly's like, you're just upset because Bert left. And it's really rude and mean. And
very specifically, I'm going to say cruel because that comes up later.
Yes.
So Irving just fucking bounces and like not runs away, but he's like, flee. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe run away, I guess.
Angrily walks off into the wilderness.
Yeah.
Falls. His torchlight goes out because they're all given torches.
Yeah. And he has a dream
of seeing Woe at the...
across from him at the Severance desks.
Yeah.
Which apparently they brought the real desks to where they were filming.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, apparently that was the same desks. Yeah.
It's also one of the most visually appealing shows.
Oh, yeah.
One of the people that runs a Severance fan theory group that I'm in on Twitter was like, the first half of this episode sucked.
What are you fucking talking about?
And he's consistently doing that, and I think it's like he thinks... This is just shade to this one guy on the internet, but like I think he thinks that that's a good critique.
It's not.
That the first half was slow. You know, like those kind of motherfuckers that
that's
review
not really
movies,
a critique, yeah.
That just kind of say like third act has problems. First half was slow.
Without going any further into it.
And it's like, did you watch it?
Yeah, did you watch it?
Did you watch it?
I've been saying that a lot about people that have been saying things on the internet.
Yeah.
Which we'll talk about when we get to the next episode or two, whichever one it is.
This is one of the most beautiful episodes of television I've ever seen.
For sure. Yeah. And, okay, so Irving has this dream, and he, at his computer, is like, apparently the numbers of Helly's name or Egan, I believe, pop up, and it shows us her face, and then Woe pops up and jump scares him awake.
And Woe is sitting in Helly's seat.
Yes.
And also the numbers make Helly's face.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is crazy.
And also the letters too. The Egan also shows up the letters. Yeah. But so eventually he returns, and Helly's like just looking out
at the waterfall.
Yeah. And then he's like, what you said last night was cruel.
And Helly was never cruel. Yeah.
And also, I want to bring this up because this is such a good, it's just, so good. The fucking, he's like, so if you're not Helly, then who are you? Which who are you is like the biggest fucking question in this show.
Who would have the ability to send their Audi to the severed floor?
Yeah. And then he starts fucking like grabs her.
He fucking tries to drown her, and he shouts to Milchick.
Yeah. And she yells for help, and they all run after him, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing, Irv?
Yeah.
And he starts drowning her.
Yeah.
And is like, give us back Helly. And then Helena is like, God damn it, Seth, do it.
It reveals that she's been Helena this whole time.
Yeah, because
since they got back, and not Helly R.
Yeah.
So we were wrong. We thought it was
wrong,
Helly.
Very specifically.
I also thought it was Helly.
And the way that Britt Lauer describes acting as Helly and Helena is like having to do a weird simulacra
of yourself.
Yeah. And it's like, damn, dude, shit. It was well enough acted.
I do want to go on record and say I was duped, because a lot of people were like, I could tell. And a lot of them were theorizing that.
I will say I do feel like an idiot for the saying like, oh, it's probably just an error. having a sound at the end of it. I was thinking, it'd be funny if that were the case.
That was the biggest hint to me that it wasn't. I was like, wow.
Which is a clever hint, by the way. I do want to say that's...
Well, I know just from composing music sometimes that it's like, everything is placed exactly where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And to make a mistake like that would be crazy.
Yeah.
And the show has been so consistent
that
with
it's like, no.
that it's like, yeah, no, that would be wild. But no, I'm glad that it happened. I thought it was a cool.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also the fact that she had sex with Mark.
Yes. Yeah.
Before Mark, and I talked about it on my Tumblr a little bit, but it's like people were really like the next episode where Helly is like, what the fuck? What happened? I can't believe she, took over my body. And Mark throws himself back into his work.
Yeah.
And is very like, fuck it. There's nothing else to do. Is very apathetic and is also quite rude to Helly. People were like, how dare he? And I'm like, he is a victim of assault.
Yeah. He thought he was having sex with one person. It was a different person.
When someone lies to you about who they are to have sex with you, that is assault.
That is assault. Yeah.
He's a victim. He's acting quite normal for a victim.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were very like, no, it's my girl, Helly, blah, blah, blah. Helly was also a victim of assault.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
And I love that the show made it a point to...
A couple episodes later and like very explicitly said it.
That, yeah, the creator of the show has explicitly said they were both victims of Helena.
Yeah.
Which is good. That is a really good stance. I was really worried that they were going to like brush one of their assaults under the rug and make it one person did a bad thing and the other person didn't.
They're both affected by it.
Yeah, which is, I think the show does a really good job of it.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of the entire point of the show is talking about what are the ethics of this.
Yeah.
Of interpersonal relationships.
And also, yeah, with Severance and
someone I follow said that the main question of Severance season 2 is, can love transcend Severance? And the show's creator also said that is one of the questions that they focus on this season.
Yes. Yeah. And I agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's the main, we're seeing like the main point of that in this season.
Yeah, especially with and we saw it last season too with between Miss Casey and Mark.
Yes.
Like, and that's the reason why Miss Casey also was sent back down is because they could tell.
Yeah.
And that's why like Miss Cobell put all the like, the shit that's like in Mark's basement, like all the moving stuff around to evoke those feelings, and you could feel it. Like, yeah. And that was episode fucking 4.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it doesn't really matter what episode does what, but like, also, Rickon is now writing a book for the Innies.
And it's the complete opposite of what his book was.
Yeah, in the beginning.
It's just conform.
Yeah, and right now Mark and Devin are very much anti-Lumen. They're working together.
Yes.
And I think Devin's obviously hiding it from Rickon because Rickon's being kind of a dick about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say, someone made this theory. I got this theory on my TikTok. That was Rickon might be knowing more about Lumen than everyone else because in episode 3, which I think was still Helena. Yeah. Helena and Mark go to the goat place to see what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
And the goats are like, yeah.
It's Rickon's friends.
Yeah, it seems like
the goat people seem to be Rickon's friends.
Yeah, and Rickon at the party to bring everyone to the book to the start of the book reading used a bell app on his phone, very similar to the bell that the main lady used to bring everyone in.
And in the first season, we see more of Rickon's friends, and like they all act like goats. Weirdly.
Yeah, apparently they're like chewing with nothing in their mouth, or like they're like then they're making like weird noises. Talking about having bumps in the back of their head, like
really?
Yeah, apparently that was something. Yeah, that was said. Apparently, I don't know for sure, but I got that theory today.
There's the hole in the back of their head
from the Severance procedure. Yeah. So I don't know how far it goes, but
that's so what. Maybe I will say the one thing about the show is sometimes there are just jokes.
That's the thing too, which also gotta commend it. Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
you gotta love this show for being so weird and quirky.
But also being like, I'm gonna make a little joke here.
I'm gonna make a little silly joke here.
We're gonna take our sweet fucking time.
Yeah, there was a voicemail
from Adam Scott.
Yeah, to some podcast that I assume was like, "Guy, where's Severance season 2? What the fuck?"
And then
in his voicemail, he was like, "I heard what you said on your fucking show, and we're gonna fucking slow it down.
I'm in a jacuzzi right now,
and I'm doing
relaxing, no work. Yeah,
fucking relax."
I should talk to Ben about this, dude. It's so good. Fucking but no, yeah. So that okay, that's another thing that like. So Rickon's kind of being a dick about the thing that happening, and also during the 4th episode when they're about to have sex, Mark has a vision of Gemma.
Yes.
Before Helena is, so we're seeing some of the reintegration already occurring.
After, actually,
it might have been after. Yeah, it was at some point during it, but they switched out. And because in the 5th episode, what happens is we get more of him like reintegrating slowly but surely. Yeah, and it's getting like it's happening more and more and more. It hasn't affected his Annie that much until episode 6 is when it happens. But they end the episode 5 with Mark hearing Miss Casey talk about like your Audi is blank, like having and then
your Audi is going to be blank. Yeah, which some people think that she was going to say your Audi's going to be a father. Yes, that was part of the theory that when Helena meets up with Mark's Audi in episode 6. Yeah, the name because at first she says Hannah instead of Gemma. Yeah. But people think Hannah might have been a name for a kid if they were going to have a kid. Like his daughter or something. Yeah, basically. Which I will say, these are smarter theories than iPhone means you're a good guy. Yeah, there's some crazy theories. At least these are, can I talk about okay. Well, wait, let's talk about, I'm going to go real quick with Milchick and Irving's plot lines as well. Yeah. And then Dylan's as well. Oh, yeah, these are all very important. Yeah. Yeah. So, Irving, after he drowned the CEO of the company, tried to drown the CEO of the company. Irving was essentially killed. He was fired. Banished is what the word, and erased. And so Audi Irving is like trying to figure out more shit. Goes to a phone call. He keeps going to like this phone booth to call somebody who we still don't know, because he's been actively trying to figure out what's going on. Like last season, we saw him looking through, and there's like different severed names here and there. And he's investigating Lumen somehow. Yeah, he's got a list of employees. Yeah. And so Irving finds out that Bert has been spying on him, and Bert says that he's been spying on him since Irving showed up at his house during the overtime contingency, and now Bert is like, hey, come over to my house. We got a ham. Yeah, let's meet my husband, because now me and my husband are fighting because he knows that my innie and you and I had some sort of thing. And to like clear the air, quote unquote, like yes. And so Irving, is like, okay. And then eventually they go, Irving goes over to the thing. And then Bert's husband says that Bert is severed because him as an Audi did some things against God, was like reborn into Christianity through the severed procedure. And basically his Audi will go, because they believe that the Audi and Innie are two different souls from specifically a church that they go to. Yeah, so that his Innie will go to heaven and his out with Fields, his husband, and his Audi will go to hell. Yeah. Which is the first time we've really looked at this from a religious aspect. And and it's a Lutheran church as well. Like they say the denomination. So it's like, oh shit, what the fuck? Yeah. Why is the priest talking about severance? Yeah. It's very strange. And Fields is drinking alcohol, and then implies that Bert has been working at Lumen for 20 years, but the first person to be severed was 12 years ago. Yeah. So Bert says like, he doesn't know what he's talking about, but it's implied that Bert has been working at Lumen for longer and is lying. He's actually saying, yeah. And also at this time, Drummond, who has been working with Helena and is some sort of big Who was the guy that was also spying on Mark and Devin at the restaurant, and has basically been like the new muscle, basically. Yeah, kind of. It's like And I say big guy as in like big guy that works for this like big corporation guy. Like I don't know who he is or what he's doing.
He's the enforcer. How about that?
Essentially, yeah. But he knows something
is up with Irving.
Yeah, he knows. You can imply that he knows as much as Helena knows.
Yes. Yeah.
So he's a big deal. And he goes into Irving's house and finds out all the information that Irving has on Lumen.
Yeah, and goes through like his like cabinet stuff. By the way, has a huge fucking key ring with like hundreds of keys. So it's kind of implied that they have access to every single person's house. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would go even farther than Lumen, like employees, because the whole town's name is fucking Kier.
Yeah,
like,
I think it's every
every house, yeah.
Well, I think it's all Kier funded housing.
Yeah, so
like Lumen funded housing.
Yeah.
So I think and so he goes in and does that. And so it's implied that Bert invited Irving over to his house to get him away from, because how would Drummond know
that he's away?
At what time? Yeah, to go in.
And also, it kind of feels like, because the way that Audi Bert is very similar to any Bert, when like everyone else has acted very differently from like their any Audi.
Yeah.
It kind of is also implied he's not severed.
Yeah.
Which is possible, I think. Because we also know, or if he is severed, he wasn't turned on while he was down there, because now we know that like
you can
turn off the severance chip and still go down there via the Glasgow protocol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening with Irving.
Yeah.
Now what's happening with Milchick is Miss Huang, the child assistant Milchick,
who's here on apparently on like some sort of like program. I can't remember what it was called, to like help
some sort of like internship
basically
kind of thing.
To go to like some sort of like other program that's not technically, maybe not isn't severed related, but yeah.
So Milchick needs to approve of her work at some point, but
fellowship is the word.
Fellowship, yeah. And so he has his performance review, and he's being criticized for like small things, like placing a paper chip on the wrong way and using too many big words, which are obviously from Miss Huang, because who else is working with Milchick?
Yeah, that's hearing that.
Yeah. And so Miss Huang is obviously trying to like get him in trouble, and they are disagreeing with how they should handle the innies, obviously.
Yeah,
Miss Huang is more
like they're
authoritarian.
Not people. They're not people. They are,
and she says, she thinks that they're not people.
Yeah.
And Milchick is also criticized for what happened with Helena Egan, which I did predict that they would be upset at Milchick for that. So, but in the next episode, people are saying that he's doing this to himself. Him putting the paper clips on, he like takes the day off to go and put a bunch of paper clips on the right way to force himself. Like it's a montage of him forcing himself to change the things that he was criticized about.
Yeah.
And to it's a really beautiful depiction of like how you might tamper yourself down to fit in with a corporate office.
Yeah. Tame your woes, your temperaments.
Yeah, and it's you should eradicate yourself of childish folly.
Yeah,
is what he tells Miss Huang, and then he's saying it into a mirror, and he says eventually it's diluted down to grow up.
Yeah.
And then it's diluted down to grow, and he starts yelling "grow" at himself
in the mirror. Yeah,
into the mirror, which is amazing. And I think it's Milchick's entire thing, I do think, is overlooked, but it's an amazing portrayal of like how you're forced to mask in a corporate environment that is also very personal to Milchick's race as well.
Yeah.
Which they make a point because of the blackface Cure paintings.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say they've definitely gone harder this season with that element.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad they did.
Yeah.
Because I think it's one of I feel like if you've ever worked in an office where you did your hair is messy and it's just like dreads or something, or it's like braids. Yeah, you need adequate hair. Or I worked in an office where they outlawed haircuts hair colors that were non-natural.
Oh.
And you might think, oh, this is some anti-blue-haired liberals, No, it's because black women's hair, sometimes they'll get color in their hair because they usually are getting some sort of synthetic hair. Or human hair, like the way that they do their hair is different than white women's hair. They're not physically dyeing their hair.
No,
maybe they might wear a colorful wig or something. And so it's like limiting
their ability to
express themselves.
Yeah.
And it's a specific law against that. And so like if you've ever worked in a corporate office where that's the norm, you know the feeling of a corporate officer or somebody telling someone, no, you can't dress like that. You can't look like that. You can't do that. You can't act that way. You can't blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that through Milchick. And I just think it's a wonderful metaphor that's overlooked for all the Mark Helly, Mark Gemma stuff. Which is good.
It is good, yeah, but there's other things going on in the show.
There's other stuff that's really good.
Yeah.
Also, Dylan, which I don't think anyone's brought this up. I think he's being groomed by his own wife.
Weirdly, yeah, who's kind of now, I'm going to say cheating on Dylan's outie with Dylan's innie?
But it's one of those, like, is this ethical? I don't know.
So Dylan has the ability to see his outie's wife, or his wife that's, and she's unsevered, she can come down.
Which is a way to keep Dylan under their thumb and to continue working on the project.
Yeah.
Cold Harbor.
And so she visited last episode, and, like, they had a good time and they kissed at the end of it.
Yeah.
And when she goes home, Dylan's outie is like, how was the meeting? And she like,
says, oh, they canceled it.
They canceled it.
And she lies.
Yeah. Which brings me to the dumbest comment I saw.
Let's go.
So context, there was like a 8-hour music to refine to with like some like music producer. It's good. Go listen to it.
Yeah.
In the live chat when I was watching it, like live, I saw this happen fucking real time. I saw this.
Yeah.
Someone asked, I think genuinely,
why did she lie?
Why did she lie about seeing Dylan?
Yeah.
And there were nicer people in the chat being like, probably because she kissed
them, dude.
Yeah, and it's not sure. Meanwhile, I'm like, are you not watching the fucking show? Like, how many people are not watching the fucking show?
Are you not looking with your eyes? Or are you on your phone?
Yeah.
Are you doing something else?
Yeah,
what's happening, man?
Have you not realized that in the shows that they're basically two different people and she kissed a different person technically?
Yeah, but also they're the same.
It's not the same, so I can get why it's confusing a little bit. But like...
But isn't that funny that that's what you were mad about? When I was mad about people saying like, why is Mark upset?
Yeah.
From getting assaulted. I was mad about that, but then I was also like, he's still Mark. Like, it's not like there are two different people in two different locations. They're the same
person
body.
In the same body, but they're different. To some people's souls, but really memories.
The body experiences the same trauma. The body reacts in the same way.
Yeah.
They're the same person, but they're like, I don't know how else to describe this.
Yeah.
Do you watch the show or not? They're the same person, but they're different.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the elevator pitch for the fucking show.
Yeah.
They're the same, but they're different.
Which is ironically what every Hollywood producer wants to hear about every movie ever made. It's like Die Hard, but different.
It's different a little bit.
It's like Stanley Parable, but different.
It's different a little bit. Yeah. It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But it's essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, bro, man. I don't know. It's infuriating.
Yeah.
The iPhone Android thing is now becoming a beautiful past memory, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, I wish things were that stupid because then it'd be funny.
Yeah, now it's like
I was like, oh god.
Now I'm getting sad.
And now, everyone's thinking that Helen is pregnant with Mark because now they've had sex twice. But both of the times Mark's not using a condom because he doesn't have sex education, which was the first thing that I thought of.
They don't give out Lumen branded condoms on the severed floor, I assume.
It's fucked up, man. I don't know. You should know.
Yeah, but so with that too, you did bring up a good point, is that there already is a baby.
There is a baby.
And it's Devin and Rickon's child. Rebecca. And also,
people think that Rickon is related to Drummond because they look similar.
Yeah.
which is the only
Which is right now
relation
the only...
that I will entertain. People are saying Miss Wong is Gemma, which I feel is racist.
What if
and people are saying that Ragabi and Milchick are related, which I also feel is racist.
That's definitely the most racist. I think I've seen people theorize that Miss Huang is
Gemma as
and Mark's kid.
Yeah.
Which that's more believable than Gemma, but it's also like
I don't know.
I don't know yet because they never talked about whether or not Gemma was pregnant at the time, I believe, when this accident happened.
Apparently, he did say that he was trying to have a kid with Miss Casey.
Okay.
But I wonder if that's a red herring and they're actually, like, all the baby imagery is just talking about Rebecca.
Maybe. Because, Rebecca's still...
I think that would be a good twist.
I think so, too.
Because everyone's forgotten about Rebecca.
Yeah.
As soon as she's not been on screen...
Even though she's there, yeah.
Well, I mean, she's been on screen for like 2 seconds.
But not that often,
no one's talking about it. We're all distracted from it.
Because also, last season, Miss Cobell, a character we should talk about for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But Miss Cobell was really interested.
In Rebecca.
Yeah.
So...
like, weirdly interested, too. Like, yeah.
I really wonder if Rickon is related somehow to Drummond, then Rebecca would be some sort of family heir.
If we assume Drummond and Helena are connected
as well, but they both refer to Kier or Helena's father as father.
Yeah.
So that kind of implies there's some sort of connection.
Yeah.
So then Helena would want an heir, which would make sense as to why she would want to be focused on Mark and why Mark is a big deal because he's related to his sister,
who is also had a kid with Rickon, who might be connected to.
And I'm just saying this as a Crusader Kings 3 player, man.
Yeah, so this is your political like.
I'm just saying, if I'm trying to reunite Ireland and I had to marry this person who had a wife, I'd kill her in a car crash. And I would marry her and I would manipulate them into marrying me so I can secure a future heir for Ireland, okay?
Yeah.
Because who knows what someone else might do?
Yeah.
Who knows? I got a whole plan for the Crusades. I can't.
Don't underestimate don't underestimate the British ability to fuck over other people.
So I'm like, I wonder if that's what's going on, but that also sounds insane.
No, yeah, that's the other thing too with like theorizing, and that's why I try to stay away from it.
Yeah.
Like, and I'll entertain ideas that I hear is like, oh, that's possible.
Yeah.
Or that doesn't seem that possible.
Yeah.
Like, I will say there was a hot ones with Patricia Arquette and Adam Scott.
Oh yeah,
and it listed out, and I think I might have said this. Like, she listed out a bunch of theories, or he listed out a bunch of theories, and was like, eat a wing or confirm which theory is the closest.
Yeah.
And I will say she immediately ate a wing. So I think one of them was real. And I think the one that makes the most sense in the form of the show is that the micro data refinement is actually them refining emotions.
Yes. That seems correct. Because the tempers are listed on the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's the more thing. Okay, real quick about Miss Cobell, because she's not really in the show that much.
I know, I'm so pissed. I need my Patty episode,
In fact, yeah, the last time, like, if we stopped at episode 2, it was after she leaves, and then she drives to a place called, like, Stone's Throw or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, and then she turns around, tries to go back to Lumen, and then turns back around after meeting with Helena and some guy behind Helena that they do focus on for a second.
So then, and now we don't know where she is.
Yeah, she has not been in the show for the past 3 episodes. Yeah.
I need to know what's going on with her.
Yeah.
And she also has her breathing tube with her, which it's not, people are saying that maybe like she's in Lumen and that's her own breathing tube and not her mother's breathing tube. Like Charlotte is her.
But I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I think,
What if they're all fucking ghosts?
I think what if a ghost took the
everybody's
pen?
just ghosts, man. I don't know. Fuck it.
At this point, yeah.
Fuck it. They're all spirits. I don't give a fuck. That's what it is.
They're all actually in a simulation.
God, if that's true, I'm gonna.
If that's true, I'm gonna be upset.
I'm gonna throw up if that's true, bro.
It's in a snow globe. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
That'd be the funniest thing.
It would be really funny. It would be funny. I wouldn't be happy about it, but it would be funny.
But people are saying that's why they think that there's like dead bodies in like they're keeping the bodies on ice. That's why it's cold all the time.
Okay, we're trying to make stretches.
I know.
Yeah,
but this is the fun stuff you're gonna remember in 20 years from now.
It's cold, so they're on Antarctica. Did you know that,
bro? Do you remember when people thought that they were keeping dead bodies on ice? You know,
well, that was crazy. Yeah, when in reality it was whatever it is.
That's the fun part
Probably
of theorizing.
Just like it saved money.
Real crazy with it, you know.
They live in a cold environment. I think they don't want to spend the money on heating. I'm gonna be real with you. And they're underground.
That would be the perfect place to have a corporation, is in a cold place.
Yeah, where you just bring a jacket, guys.
Servers never overheat.
Yeah.
I don't have to pay for heating.
That's true. Yeah, is there anything else about Severance? I don't know. It's good.
It's really good.
You should fucking watch it. I know you think you brought up people like waiting to binge it. I don't understand that anymore.
You shouldn't. You should watch it.
You should enjoy the experience of waiting.
Yeah.
It's called delayed gratification.
It's honestly awesome. Like, and some of the people that are mad at the show for like, I did see someone, and I think they were baiting everybody with like just rage baiting everybody. They're like, Severance should just tell you everything up front. And I was like,
shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Like, you're not a real TV watcher, I don't think.
You're not a real TV fan, yeah.
Yeah. Nah, bro.
Yeah, you had your phone out during half the episodes. Yeah. You don't matter to me in my brain.
It wouldn't be better if they told you everything up front.
Yeah.
If this show continues and it's like General Hospital and we never know for like 16 seasons, I'm going to watch every episode on Friday.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck, man.
I don't give a shit, yeah.
I like shows like that. I like not knowing. I like giving up my control to a show.
Yeah, and just saying like, fuck
it's
it.
Just like, we're going to show you some crazy shit.
I'm here for the ride.
Also, Mark's dead, I think.
You think Mark's dead?
No, I don't actually think Mark's dead. I think he maybe will die for like a minute.
I think that makes... Oh, we haven't even gotten to the end of episode 6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry. So, bringing it back to Mark, the character that we all know and love.
Oh, yeah.
He decides to speed up the reintegration process
by flooding his chip in his brain.
Yeah, and I can't think of her name right now. Sorry.
Ragabi.
Yeah, Ragabi. That's the suggestion. And at first he's like, "No, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat." He goes to a restaurant.
Then Helena shows up and is the weirdest person alive.
Also, best scene in television history up to this point.
Yeah, I was just telling Josh, like, I hate diner scenes like that with all the exposition and the like. But this is the best one I've ever seen, and now I understand why everyone loves diner scenes like this.
Yeah.
Where you meet someone at a diner, and then they give you a bunch of...
This kind of flips it on its head, where it's
does.
Like, Helena knows everything about... Helena knows everything about Mark. Mark doesn't really know anything about her.
They don't even need to talk.
Yeah.
You just know.
Yeah, that something's up. And like she sits down with him, they start having a conversation like normal, as if like they're trying to like get to know each other. And she's like
flirting with him.
Yeah, and it's like, you gotta meet my dad. Like,
and he's like,
that's a little fast.
Yeah, that's crazy. You're already taking me home to your dad.
And then she brings up his wife, gets the name wrong.
Calls his wife Gemma Hannah. Brings up how she died in a car crash
as well. By the way, I want to say when she gets the name wrong, there's like a 10-second pause.
Yeah.
And then he says Gemma. That's it. That's all he says.
Yeah, he's like so pissed.
Yeah. And like bringing up the car crash, and like they have the conversation kind of goes on for another minute, and then he's like, I gotta go. He just rushes out of there, and he's like, flood the chip.
Flood it right now.
Yeah.
Fuck this.
And it's a really dangerous thing, but also, because this is a great TV fucking show, and it's awesome, Devin also shows up at the same time. And
it's just being a sister. It is like,
yeah.
What the fuck's wrong with you? What's going on?
And he's like, oh, I gotta go talk to her. She's my car's out in the driveway.
Right.
And
he has like reintegration sickness, so he's getting more agitated at her, and it's a whole thing, man.
And then he just fucking... We see him like just pass out, like get knocked the fuck out unconscious by him, and he like just falls to the fucking ground. He falls
and hits the pavement, and apparently that caused Adam Scott to get a concussion.
Which makes sense because that shit looked real.
That shit is in my brain, man.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because it was on Mike Birbiglia's podcast with Ben Stiller and Adam Scott. And Ben Stiller the whole time was like, I'm not saying shit about the show. And Mike
Wow.
Birbiglia brought up that he had a concussion, and he was like, "Were you like, did we get this on tape?" Adam Scott was like, "Yeah."
We got that shit on tape. That's probably the one they used.
Ben Stiller's like, "Yeah." I went up to Adam and I was like, "Hey, listen, are you okay? Also, this is gonna be a really good episode. This episode's gonna be really
And
good."
It was.
It looked so fucking
Straight
cool,
up, I'm gonna
bro.
pirate
But
that
also,
episode.
are you okay?
Straight up, I'm gonna get that episode on my computer so I can just rewatch that last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. No, and there's only 3 more episodes left in the season.
No.
And they already, I think they're gonna have, I assume they're gonna have a season 3, and they already apparently have a plan for it, which is good to know.
Yes.
And I do trust them still.
They also said that they have a plan if it's only season 3 for it to end,
Yes.
which is good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But they also have plans to elongate it as well.
So I don't know. I think I'm really excited.
The show's so good.
Yeah.
There's so much goodwill. I think even if it gets worse in people will be upset, but I don't think they're real Severance fans.
Yeah, they're not real Severance fans.
If you really love Severance, you will bootlick this show.
You know, I'm starting to get gatekeeping. I'm starting to understand.
I really understand
Severance
it.
opened up my eyes. Severance, or how I learned to stop worrying and love gatekeeping.
It is really wild how the season 1 watchers, when it came out, were so cool and epic.
Yeah, because no one was fucking watching it, and
No.
word of mouth spread it so quickly.
And now season 2 is like,
Oh, sorry, that's my watch.
oh, okay. That was
Sorry,
crazy.
yeah, season 1 watchers.
But yeah, season 1 watchers were like super chill and like, what does this mean? What does that mean? They were making cool statements. Like they found out that Helly was Helena Egan from just the first season.
Yeah,
Like they were like, she's always wearing blue. Lumen's blue.
which makes it. Yeah, no, they were. Yeah. And I will say also, I think what happened, and I think this is genuinely what happened,
Yeah.
because the show got more popular as more episodes released. Like, I think we started watching it maybe when 2 or 3 episodes were in, maybe even 4 or 5, like maybe even halfway.
Yeah.
But like, and I think we also watched it on a whim. Like, we just happened to have Apple TV.
Well, no, I think you saw the beginning of it and you were like, this shit is so crazy. And I think it's just because it's one of the guys, I think Petey, you watched it for Petey, I think, or somebody.
Maybe it was the commercial. Maybe it was an ad for it. I was like, what the fuck?
You saw the ad and you were like, what the hell? And then you started watching it, like the beginning scene of him on the table, and you were like, Sarah needs to watch this too.
Yeah, that might have been the show. Yeah.
Because I remember that, and I was like, oh, okay. And we started watching it, and we were like, what the hell? This is crazy.
It was probably only 2 or 3 episodes in. But,
Yeah.
And I think I remember like slowly more people were getting into it. Like I remember Stephen King tweeted it out, and I think that brought a bump. I think by episode 9, most people have started had the show.
Yeah.
And having the cliffhanger that it was at season 9.
Yeah, it was like, this show's fucking insane.
Brought so much attention to it because it's just a perfect fucking cliffhanger.
It was just really good.
Yeah, and like I will say it's kind of crazy how that season had that one cliffhanger. Multiple cliffhangers, I will say, because they do do the Gemma, but every episode this season,
Can you believe we waited 3 fucking years?
I'm not complaining.
I'm not complaining either. I'm just like, we're talking about this like we made the show. We didn't. I'm just saying we waited after that insane cliffhanger 3 years.
Yeah. And
now
we're satisfied still?
And we're still satisfied, and it's still a good show, and people are complaining that they don't know what's happening in between a week of episodes.
Yeah.
And I think I'm allowed to be like, let's all calm down.
A little
maybe.
bit. Yeah.
And let's wait
I've
for the show to come down. We all heard what happened last time when we criticized them for not being quick enough. They slowed the fuck down.
I'm in a jacuzzi right now.
Oh, God. Also, Adam Scott's so hot. He's so hot. And he's 50. Can you believe that he's 50?
That's actually kind of wild that he's 50 now that you say
crazy.
that. Yeah.
People are posting like videos of him younger, and he's so fucking hot. It's actually crazy. It's actually ridiculous, because I was attracted to him on Parks and Rec.
Yeah, I think the only role that I can kind of be like he's not that unattractive, but I think it makes sense for the role is in Step Brothers, where he's like clean shaven, like fucking.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only role where I've seen is like that doesn't look like him. I also will say people say that Adam Scott looks different from when he was younger. Are you guys not paying attention to his face? He looks different in every photo of every different angle.
Yeah, he does.
He still looks good. Listen, don't get me wrong.
There was one like shot of a silhouette. I didn't even realize it was him. I thought it was literally David Cheeseman from Game Grumps Power Hour, which is a moldy Easter Island head carving of old cheese.
That's so funny.
And then I was like, wait, that's Adam. Oh.
Huh, what?
And then in the next scene, I was like, oh my God, he's so hot. What the fuck?
I will say, yeah. I will also, I think the focal lengths that go between Innie and Outie.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, still, yeah.
You admit it. He's hot.
Shut the fuck up.
You admit it. Josh is mad at me for finding Adam Scott hot, but it's like mad at the sun for existing.
Giving heat to me, yeah.
For giving life.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, go watch it.
Yeah, go watch it.
I don't know what else I have to say about it, but please go watch it.
Hope this isn't too long.
That was like 3 hours of recording today.
We can cut out an hour somehow.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But we still have more recording to do because we gotta go to ads.
Bye-bye.
Ad time. Buy money. Wait, what?
What? Buy money? You can do that? Whoa! Okay.
Sell.
All right.
Okay, bye. Welcome to the ad break.
Hello.
Hey, are you enjoying this podcast so far?
I know I am.
Then you better like, comment, and or subscribe. No, just and subscribe and hit the gosh darn bell if you're watching us on YouTube. And don't forget to share the podcast as well.
Do it.
Wherever you're listening to it.
Yeah.
And if you're on Apple or Spotify podcast, rate us 5 stars.
Rate us 5 stars, man.
Yeah, get the word out.
Yeah.
Please.
Please.
If you want to support the podcast financially, there's a couple ways to do it. Sadly, I do have to bring some bad news.
Yes, unfortunately.
We do no longer have the coffee line.
Straight Road Coffee shut down because of financial struggles.
Yes, so we no longer have the coffee line. We still have the coffee here because we found out about it in the middle of recording the episode.
Yeah.
So literally in the day that we started recording and ending.
Yeah. So just for continuity, it's up, but in future episodes, it won't be up.
Yeah.
So if you go to the link and you're like, what the hell? Why is the website down? That's why.
That's why, yeah. So we apologize if you had not been able to get to the coffee. But yeah. If you want to support us directly, though, there's still a couple ways to do it. We have buymeacoffee.com/APWSTR, and you can give us a coffee, a little tip, and we'll read whatever you have to say.
Yeah.
As long as it's not bad.
As long as it's not bad.
We got 2 different coffees this week. Thank you both very much.
Yes.
Dan at junks.yard bought 5 coffees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Sarah and Josh.
Hello.
Probably my most look forward to podcast during the week.
Oh my gosh, thanks.
I'm currently a school tech and spend my day aimlessly staring at a wall, so whatever you got going on keeps me a bit more sane. Heart emoji. I'm a trans artist trying to collect selfies of other trans people to create a piece that celebrates us as a community. I was hoping you spread the word. There's info on my Instagram at junks.yard.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also say at junks.yard.
Yes.
Just so everyone knows. Yeah.
Go over there and send your selfies if you feel comfortable.
Yeah, if you're able to do it. Yeah. Check that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Jesse bought 4 copies. Thank you very much, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse.
And Jesse says, meow meow with love. Heart emoticon.
Meow meow.
Meow meow indeed.
Yeah, with love as well.
Yeah, with love. Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much.
And again, buymeacoffee.com/APWSTR if you want to buy some coffees.
Yeah.
We also have Cameo accounts. They'll be linked in the description finally because I keep forgetting to do that.
Oh.
I was wondering. Can you send me your link actually? Because I don't. Yeah.
Okay.
Please do. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
It'll be down in the description. You want to get cameos from us? They're $15.
Yeah.
We'll celebrate something. Whatever you want.
Good.
Yeah. And also we have Patreon, patreon.com/APWSTR. If you want exclusive content, ad-free releases, early releases when we're able to, and just enjoy a nice Discord community.
Yeah,
and we have
nice.
a book club as well. We're reading Worth this month.
Yes.
By Terry Pratchett.
I finally got it downloaded. I'm going to start it tonight.
I have it downloaded too. Yeah, I got it borrowed.
Yeah.
Also, support your local libraries.
You're
I
the
get so
fucking
many...
one that took the copy.
There's 10 free... I get 10 free I did it through Hoopla. Did you do it through Hoopla?
No, I did it through Libby.
Okay, see, that's not me. That's someone else.
Okay.
Yeah, don't get fucking mad
Everyone's
at me.
reading this dang book. Apparently it's good.
That's because that's the APWSTR book club.
I swear to God, every time I go to Libby to get something, you always say that you get it through the library, and I go to try to get it, and it's like, someone else has this. And I'm like, gosh.
No, but with Hoopla, you get 10 free books at any point, so you just get them immediately.
Then why do they have digital copies? I don't understand that.
I don't know either.
I don't know, but you should support your local library.
Support your local library. Sarah, we have mutual aid links?
Yes, we do. We got Palestine, Congo, Sudan, Lebanon links still in our mutual aid. We also have mutual aid for all the hurricanes that have happened over the past year that are still suffering. Also the fires, the California wildfires and everyone there, as well as red cards for your immigrant loved ones or people that just don't speak English that might have to deal with ICE. It describes their rights to them and everything down there. Yeah.
Yeah. So go check that out. I'm trying to think of anything else. Oh, we have new merch.
New merch.
Actually, I actually brought the shirts in for this. Yeah. So we got new merch. There's a bunch of stickers made by our good friend at Midgellyfish.
Yeah, Midgellyfish on Tumblr.
Yes. And we got our fucking samples. This is on the back of my shirt. We're so back.
Yeah, Josh's is on the back because it mentions we're so back.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
Got a cute APWSTR logo at the front.
Yeah, and on the back.
That's also in the description. All the proceeds are currently going to PCRF.
It's cool as hell and yeah, it was good stuff. There's also Josh shocked Pikachu face.
Yes.
Me doing the SpongeBob, like the making fun of SpongeBob meme.
Yeah.
Me as the shocked cat with communism is hot girl shit, which references a TikTok that found the wrong audience like years ago, where I said communism is hot girl shit, and people were like my grandpa died in communism, and I was like,
all right.
How much labor did he own? But anyway,
yeah.
And then me as a minion, which is really silly.
So yeah, all that's down in the description. Also, twitch.tv, guy named JC, because I stream.
He does.
Prime subs and subscriptions help out a lot.
Are we doing the Baldur's Gate 3 stream at some point?
Yeah, we should be doing that, I think, this Friday.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, I mean, you said Friday, so like...
I don't know if we said a different day or not.
Oh, I get you. We'll figure it out. Baldur's Gate 3 stream for both of us at some point.
Either way, I'm down for Friday. Let's go.
We'll figure that out. Yeah, depends on how much money I need by the end of the month.
Truth. Yeah.
Yeah. Real. But yeah, go check that all out. Everything's down in the description. Is there anything else? Distributed computing.
Oh, yeah.
Distributed computing links are down below. Donate your CPU or GPU time to various projects.
Yeah.
All right, that's Rosa. Enjoy the rest of the episode. Reddit time.
Reddit time.
It's fucking Reddit time.
Reddit time.
I don't know why I just got super tired.
Me too.
This Reddit bullshit.
Oh god.
Oh god. I enjoy my stories this week, so whatever. I mean, I enjoy them every week, but
I like them too.
But yeah, I'm excited, dude. Let's go. Reddit time.
I usually start out with a D&D. So why not?
I'm down with another D&D one.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be Am I the Asshole D&D Sims?
No, I wish.
Am I the Angel D&D Sims? Am I the asshole?
You think people do D&D Sims? I wonder how. Because you can be wizard. You could be wizard.
Maybe I guess that.
Vampire.
Yeah. Maybe just be like more of a fantasy based.
You just all RPG.
Yeah.
Actually, I used in my first D&D group. One of the people made all of our characters of their Sims.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, and since I was a paladin, I was a cop. I was an investigator. It was really silly. I don't remember anybody else's because I'm selfish. Okay.
Damn. All right.
New player and fellow DM insulted my setup from RPG Horror Stories.
Well, I mean, if they use minis, I mean, they're copying Matt Mercer.
They are copying Matt Mercer.
I mean, we've learned this last 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Which, honestly, good thing to think about.
Oh, really?
Because that's someone criticizing someone for having too good of a setup.
Oh.
And now we're doing the opposite.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay, this is a long one, so buckle up. It's not that long. It's a couple of paragraphs.
Yeah.
Okay. I started playing D&D as a dungeon master 2 years ago with a couple friends. They really liked my style of DMing, so I started doing it with larger groups and more often after they encouraged me to. I try to keep my campaigns open to pretty much anyone who wants to join, beginner or not, so when a friend of a friend asked if their friend of a friend could join my latest one, of course I said yes. For context, I don't own a lot of quote-unquote nice D&D equipment per se. I have digital copies of the rulebooks, guides on my iPad that I keep nearby when playing. My DM screen is homemade. My notes and designs are all handwritten. I use homemade figurines or ones I have from childhood. I hand design my maps, etc.
Okay.
I've never thought about it much before, and I don't think my usual players have either. This new person was a few minutes late to the first meeting. Not a big deal. When he showed up, he raised his eyebrows at my setup, which I didn't think much of at the time, and kind of gave me a weird look. Fine, whatever. Later on in the game, a new person had a question about a rule, and I opened my iPad and scrolled through my digital player's guide to find the answer. Once again, he raised his eyebrows and scoffed.
Okay.
This continued for the whole game. When an NPC became a bigger part of the story than I anticipated, I took off my bracelet and placed it on the map to represent them. He wrinkled his nose. When I pulled out my childhood ogre figurine as an enemy, he
You can say
scoffed.
Shrek. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. That's so funny to fight Shrek. I would love that. Are you kidding me? Like, all this sounds really fun.
This is fine. Yeah. Okay.
My childhood ogre figurine as an enemy, he scoffed, etc., etc. It was starting to make me feel insecure, but I was having a good time with the other players, so I ignored him. He suddenly continued like this for the rest of the session. Finally, I was scribbling some notes down on a sticky note when he snapped-ish.
Oh, okay.
He said something along the lines of, I can't believe this. That you would write on a sticky note, bro?
Dude,
That's
don't
what
look,
they're for.
Don't look at my, yeah.
Like, what are you talking
you write
about?
on them, you put them somewhere, you remember them. I got 3 sticky notes over there that I'm actively ignoring. So yeah.
Exactly. What do you
What
mean?
are you talking about?
I asked what the problem was, and he gestured to my stuff, calling me disrespectful for not bothering to make my setup nicer for my players. He said it was childish and ruined the fun for everybody. Does he work at Wizards of the Coast or
Yeah,
something?
you have to spend the $99 to get the then you have to spend $15 a month to get the online map. Yeah.
When nobody was siding with him, he texted his usual DM, who responded by saying that I, quote unquote, wasn't a good dungeon master.
That's how you know you've won, is when you have to text someone outside of the group that you're in.
Yeah, I wasn't a good dungeon master if my setup was handmade / not professional. That was kind of my breaking point, so I yelled at him and told him to go. Afterwards, a few of my players said that I was being unfair to him and defending him by saying that he might just be used to fancy setups, which I understand and can sympathize with. I don't
right now.
Yeah. Yesterday, he messaged me asking about when the next session was, and I don't know what to say.
Back to normal, guys.
Hey, I think you're shitty, and I hate you, and I hate your setup. When do you want to play
another
next?
setup? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm already. Okay,
You're already doing it.
Yeah. So, I think that's more. I feel like if you
can't fucking win, bro.
Yeah.
Too good of a setup, Matt Mercer. Copy.
Too bad
Too
of a
shitty
setup.
of a setup.
You don't care about.
It's not even
this.
a shitty setup. It's really obviously someone cares very much
It's
about
better
it.
than fucking nothing, too.
I don't even make my own maps. Fuck that.
Yeah. I think, you're putting all this love and energy, like, and because it's handwritten and you're using your iPad, that's all out the window.
That's ridiculous.
That's stupid.
Also, as someone who uses an iPad for like
you have a stake in this.
Well, was flipping through a digital ebook of something while someone is scoffing at you, I think is maybe one of my worst nightmares. I think something about flipping through an ebook makes me so nervous. Like, I gotta find it in time. Oh fuck! Especially on an iPad, because you can't like search.
I feel like iPad, and maybe
I can't really.
Yeah, maybe this is like because we're spoiled by phones. I feel like the bulkiness of any tablet is part of the reason why I'm not super into tablets. If that makes sense. I
will say the iPad is it does help me a lot.
I bet. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming for reading, like having a larger space. Yeah.
Yeah.
But everything else, I'm like, I don't need Sudoku this big.
Yeah, like weirdly enough, I like my phone for reading.
Yeah.
Like I could read on my iPad, but that's like, I don't know.
Listen, when I'm old and I start losing sight, that's when I'll get the iPad.
My mom used to read Kindle on her iPad, and then she would fall asleep and it would bonk her on the head.
That's the other thing too. I feel like it's too fucking heavy.
Yeah.
Like you're holding like a pound or two of fucking metal that you have to sustain in the air for like hours at end. I'm like, all right, let's
read it, that it would fall and
bonk her.
It was very silly.
Like the phone bunks me in general. Yeah, I don't want more weight on that.
Yeah, that is wild.
Yeah, no, that guy's definitely spoiled on like more richer like setups. Yeah, it's very entitled because like I don't know, you're just like, dude, you're using this because you're a creative person. You're able to just like think on the fly using your bracelet as an NPC that's sticking around for a while. Like, yeah, that's a good like. It's last second. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Cause I feel like it's
thinking.
Yeah. No, I feel like it's more a testament to your ability to like do things on the fly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
Like, and I think that's better as a DM to have in a live environment.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like, you're not doing fucking improv, obviously, but there's some improvised elements that can happen.
Also, like, give him a break. You expect the DM to be, like, constantly prepared at every possible chance? Fuck off, man.
You need to make sure that you have 10 different branching paths ready at any given moment. And if you need 11, That's actually your fault for not playing the 11th one. You should have planned 20 of them. Sorry.
Especially if you're playing 5th edition, which is the edition that is like, hey, listen, if something doesn't work, DM will fix it. Every little thing you have, you're just like, the DM should be making sure of this. And I'm like, oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, more on me? No fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, the encounter's too rough? My fault. I guess it's my fault that these motherfuckers won't fucking swing their goddamn sword. Sorry, my fucking fault, I guess. Yeah. I guess that's my fault.
Yeah,
no,
actually, your players have no agency. Did you know that?
No, it's not that they're making stupid fucking decisions. Oh, you want to throw a fireball in a fucking cavern with everybody else around? Huh?
Into the oiled up fucking puddles and... Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. My fault. Sorry. It's my fault. I control literally everything, but you guys all need player agency. That's my fault. I'm so sorry. You want me to guide you literally everywhere, but you also want a sandbox. My fault. I should have decided.
Listen, I want freedom, but not like too much freedom, you know? Yeah, I want you to, say 20 different times, are you sure about this before I commit to a decision? Yeah.
No, Sarah, let's take away my player agency. No. Okay, here's some quests. Choose one. Which one do you want? I don't know. Where do I go? Fuck, man, I don't know either. Oh, I'm sorry. That's my fault. I guess I should tell you.
Yeah, you should tell. Yeah.
What a fun game we're all playing. What a fun fucking time. Sorry, I used my fucking bracelet, you dipshit.
That's so fucking...
Oh my god.
So, use your...
Sorry you have to fight Shrek, you loser.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's awful, dude.
Sorry you had to spend 50% of my fucking paycheck on this stupid fucking game.
Yeah,
so that you can disrespect me
in my fucking house.
And call me disrespectful. That was what pissed me off and made me want to talk about this. You're calling this guy disrespectful? He's like the nicest guy ever. He allowed you into his house. And he made you items. He made you something for you'd all play with.
And by the way, reminder...
He's creating the game.
Friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. Like, you're like 4 or 5 fucking Kevin Bacons away from this motherfucker, all right?
Yes.
Like, you can't be acting like this.
It's like walking into your grandma's house and spitting on her.
Yeah.
And saying she's disrespectful to you for not making, like...
For wasting my time for me coming here.
Making a cake good enough. Like, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous thing. So I don't know. Maybe it's rage bait, but I got baited.
No,
I guess.
Fair.
Yeah.
But I won't bet someone believes this.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? Yeah. So who fucking cares?
Everyone in the comments was like, your setup sounds fun. I like your setup.
Yeah.
I would rather that than like, I've seen setups too where they are like, so I put 6 plasma TVs on the walls.
Oh, that seems like fucking hell, dude.
And then we're gonna, like, do you remember that one where the guy was like, he wanted like a POV? He thought the future of D&D was like a POV of like an AI generated.
When you're just describing a video game,
like a first-person fantasy video game.
Yeah,
but it wasn't. And then people were like, "But you can't show movement that way. It's best if you do top down." And he was like, "You guys just don't get it." And they're like, "But how would you even do this in a live scenario? Like maybe for like." Over the internet, maybe.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, it's for live play. Live play is the only play. And they were like, okay, how? And he was like, so ideally I would put a giant TV.
Imagine attaching GoPros to each of our characters. And then you have
the sickest
men's... And then we go to SNL Studios where they have 20 different screens available.
Yeah.
And we can all see each person.
And then people were like, I don't think people have that much money. And he was like, sounds like they should get good. It sounds like they should make more money.
They should get better at capitalism. Yeah,
they should get better at it. Then they don't deserve to be in the thing. And I'm like, who are these people? What are they doing? Where are these guys? They're so fucking funny.
Where are you gonna put also 15 different 50-inch TVs in your house.
Exactly. Like, do you have your own D&D? I'm sure some people do.
No, yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
Sure that's
awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
If you can do that, not a lot of people can.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying.
But even if you had your own room,
this is all. It's all obvious too to people that work fucking jobs, like people that are employed that aren't obsessed with this hobby that takes up all your money and time.
Yeah, like
and ruins all your friend groups. Like this hobby ruins your life.
Yeah. It's gonna drain you.
God forbid you become a DM and it's the only thing you think about for the rest of your life, and you're planning shit constantly that is not going to be appreciated ever.
While you're working a regular job, while you're making sure you're still feeding and doing yourselves and
feeding
all
your
chores.
Children.
Yeah,
and your pets and everything, and you're living and you have to go outside at some point, maybe. Or your, God forbid, your other hobbies. I'm into D&D and record collecting.
Oh, yeah.
And guitar.
Yeah.
Like musical instruments.
Any musical instruments, man.
And I wonder why I'm broke all the fucking time. Yeah, it's like some of the most expensive shit in the world, and it ruins my life. I've broken up with multiple friend groups because of our D&D campaign.
Yeah.
And, it shouldn't take up more of your life than it already does, because it's going to ruin your life anyway. You're addicted. This is a drug.
Yeah, so...
Role-playing games are a drug. Being a nerd is a drug.
Yeah.
And apparently you have to be, I don't know, a CEO of a fucking company to, actually...
Of a Fortune 500, yeah.
Actually own
any sort
anything.
of D&D, yeah. So remember that, pores.
Us too.
Yeah,
as if I'm not negative 90 in my bank account right now.
They're only negative 90. I think I'm also negative 90. Never mind, because I spent $13 on pizza.
Out negative 98.
Patreon, Cameo, buy me a coffee. All those, you know what's up. Solved it. Dude, fuck that guy, man.
Sorry, I guess it's my fucking fault.
Yeah, it's your fault
for not being too good of a god for you. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, you didn't go hard enough on the god thing, you know. Reddit time.
Reddit time.
Inbox. What? You're rolling now. I have a 3-day streak on going on Reddit.
Ooh.
My life is in shambles. Speaking of hobbies that you just mentioned.
Yes.
Am I the asshole for cheating at guitar?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Everyone knows you can cheat at guitar.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's fucked up that you would do that.
Have you ever looked over your guitar's shoulder so you can get the next test question correct?
Yeah, I'm always looking over it, and he's always putting C for everything.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
It's fucked up.
Sometimes E, you know, but okay.
Yeah, if there is an E, he'll choose E.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Recently, a friend in the music program at my college asked me to help clean out some stuff in the studio storage space.
Okay.
She's a TA. And while we were doing that, I found this chord presser device for guitars. Basically, you put it on the neck of the guitar where you'd press on the strings while playing, and you can play a full chord by pressing 1 or 2 buttons on the device.
Oh.
My friend told me it's more meant for people with arthritis, but said I could take it because nobody's used it in ages. I also have an old guitar from a relative when I was younger, so I figured, why not? Now, while I don't sing at a performance level or for anyone really, I do like it as an outlet, and the guitar is fun to add to that. At one point, my dorm neighbor/friend, Tracy, heard me and, thinking I played the guitar like her, came over to check it out. When she realized that I was using the chord presser, she got mad and said I was cheating and, quote, doing the equivalent of using ChatGPT to write a poem.
Nope.
And yeah.
Nope, that's not it at all.
Yeah. You should use ChatGPT because you don't fucking know metaphors or anything. Yeah. I should use it because all right. Starting over. Hi, everybody.
What a good burn.
Sorry.
That I barely
got
spit out. Yeah.
Do your homework. And taking the soul out of the music by not fully playing it myself.
Mm-hmm.
She also said that this shows how I, as a person, lack discipline. I told her to get out of my room and off her high horse. It's not like I'm lying about using a chord presser, and I'm not hurting anyone by doing it. Also, the shit she said about discipline really bothered me.
Yeah,
I'm not learning and mastering the guitar, but just because I do something at a hobby level doesn't mean I'm a lazy slob. The friend who gave me the chord presser figures as long as I'm having fun, it's cool. A couple of friends think I'm disrespecting the instrument and the skill it takes to play it by using the presser. One of them even pointed out how Tracy's kind of right as my other hobby, cross-stitching, doesn't require any actual skill either. So the discipline thing stands, which
Who
like
are these people?
which like, ouch. Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell?
I hate all these people.
Yeah,
that
these
are acting
people
this
suck
way.
ass.
Our other friends don't really care, but none of them have any interest in music, so don't have an opinion on the act of, quote, playing it. So am I the asshole at cheating the guitar?
No, you just met a musician.
Yeah. Edit for info. The chord presser is typically used for people who lack motor skills in their hand.
Yes.
Incidentally, my hands have a slight tremor in them due to medication, but it doesn't affect too much.
I mean, it's not sold as a I know what he's talking about. I've seen it.
I've seen them too. Yeah.
It's not sold specifically as a disability aid. It's just like an aid for playing guitar.
Yeah. I can see how it could be used though as a disability aid, but that's beyond the point, I suppose.
But I think they also are like, hey, do you want to know the chord shapes? Because a lot of learning the chord shapes on guitar, the way that it's taught, which I don't necessarily think is the best way to teach it, but the most common way to teach it is like this: just do the shape over and over again.
Yeah, and that's
like a lot of it's rote memorization, and you don't really learn theory. And I think but nobody's talking about theory. No one brought up theory at any point, so that's not even what this is about.
This is just you're doing this as a hobby, and like.
Also, I'm gonna say this, and maybe this is a little controversial for the guitar community.
Okay.
You can learn theory at any point in time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Having the muscle memory in your hand is the hardest part. The guitar is really.
Yeah,
as someone that went from a unfretted instrument that constantly goes out of tune is harder to tune, like a bowed instrument that's infinitely harder. The guitar is really fucking easy, and we all need to shut the fuck up about it.
As someone who also has played the guitar, it's so super easy. It is the like the best way that I've heard it described is like saxophone. Most people can play the saxophone. If you have an embouchure and you can actually blow into an instrument, you could probably play the saxophone at like a normal level. Yeah.
You know?
I get that.
If you can make a note on the saxophone, you can get through you could go through high school band. But to really like be a master at the saxophone takes a lot of time.
Oh, yeah.
And energy. But there are some instruments that are so fucking hard that even if you make a note on it, you still have to create a tone with it that sounds good. And that's really hard. I played viola for fucking however long. I don't know, 10, 20 years. I don't know. However fucking a decade and a half or something.
Yeah. And I mean, you see people playing fucking viola, violin, and like just the hand movements themselves, like the shaking back and forth of them also.
Oh,
like
vibrato
of it. And like, you can do that on guitar, but like when I think about it, it's just like stationary, all your hands on the thing. Like, I'll admit the guitar is fucking easier than, I will say, I actually do think guitar, and maybe this will be an unpopular opinion.
Yeah.
I think guitar is easier than drums.
Really? Wow.
And I think the two reasons why I think that is I think you have to have the muscle to do drums for a longer period of time.
There's a precision needed in drums.
Yes. And also you need to, you're using also your legs, and you also have to disconnect your legs from the rest of your body.
Yeah.
And that's something that I fucking struggle with.
Yeah.
With guitar, it's just the same thing over and over again. And even if you get a wah pedal too, that's like, somewhat easier to like disconnect from everything. But
well, it's acoustic. I feel like it's a lot, as long as you're playing the right shapes. I could really fumble along on acoustic and not have my fingers like right next to the fret. I could maybe, as long as I'm hitting the right string and the right fret, most of the time I'm going to sound good enough that I could get in front of people and no one's really looking at my fingers.
Yeah.
And being like, is she doing the right thing? Is she up there? She doing it right? But if you are sloppy on drums, people are going to notice. Non-drummers are going to notice.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But like, I could really manipulate people with the guitar.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, I'm good at guitar.
Yeah, there's a lot of times too that like I feel like if you make a mistake, you can kind of play it off on guitar. Drums, if you're like off, like, and you hit the kick too many times, it's like,
yeah, people know.
Yeah.
Like, and I think also I want to say that's for acoustic. With electric, you do have to be more precise. And a lot of it is, most of the time, acoustic players will go to electric and then they'll just play it like they play an acoustic. Sounds like shit.
Yeah.
Because they have to be more, they have to focus on like muting certain strings
Yeah.
and playing others. And
That's fair.
when you see someone be very precise and work very hard at guitar technique, you're like, oh my God.
Oh, yeah, for
what
sure.
the fuck?
Yeah.
And so, but it goes from, yeah, I could listen to someone play the guitar all day to, holy shit, this guy's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And you never really like, unless someone's so shitty with rhythm, you never really hear a bad guitar player. Like if someone's really, really shitty and they're playing the wrong notes.
Yeah.
Then you're like, oh, okay, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, which it's just a different, and I say it's easier, quote unquote, but it's like,
And everyone's going to be different. Yeah.
it's really the wrong word to use. Like it is not easier. It's just like a different type of instrument. It's an easy instrument to pick up, which is why so many people do.
Yeah.
That's why it's so accessible.
Yeah.
It's, piano's very hard also.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the ones where it's easy to like start and everyone does. And then how do you make it sound emotional? Because it's such a mechanical thing.
Yeah.
You know? And so it's different for different instruments, which is why like the biggest hurdle everybody has when they pick up the guitar is building the muscles in your hands, because those are muscles that we never use.
Yes.
And by like, it's not like here.
It's
like in your forearm. It's like literally in your hands.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when you see people play the guitar wrong, they're using the strength of their arms.
When they should be using the strength of their hand and wrist. Yeah.
Yeah. And it'll fuck up their hands.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the same thing for bowed instruments like viola, violin, cello, bass, all those things. Because if you have the wrong position, you have the wrong, what am I trying to say? Form? Yeah. Like wrong form, then you're going to cause problems all throughout your body if you do it consistently.
Yeah.
Which is why you, as a child, if you want to, like, say your kid is like, I want to be a rock star, Dad, you get him classical guitar lessons so that he learns a posture he's not really going to use, but so he learns the actual technique of the guitar.
Yeah.
So that when he graduates to an electric guitar, he knows the easiest way to play it, and he has the power in his hands, and it's easier.
Yeah.
So
I agree with
that. The guitar tab learning thing, based on all of that, my thesis is it's a tool for learning the fucking guitar. It's a tool for if you have a disability, if you have arthritis and you want to play the fucking guitar. Everyone that wants to play the guitar should play the guitar.
Yeah.
Everyone that should
However
be
they want
able
to
do it.
Yeah.
You do not have to force yourself to go through pain to play the guitar just because you need to learn technique.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Also, I know it makes it easier, but you're still training at least some of your hand when you use it. Now that I'm thinking about
memory.
it, yeah, because you're still.
That's my whole point.
And no, I agree with that. And I think from a hobbyist like level as well, I think I think also like it still teaches you like which chords kind of sound good together, which I think is important.
That's training your ear,
Yeah,
which is a whole separate skill that you need to learn.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's another big point is that with each instrument, there's like 20 different skills you need to learn, and then like there's some overlap between them. Like I think the listening to the ear, training your ear, stuff like that. But like, I think like learning how to do like sing songs for yourself and like then being like, okay, maybe this will sound good with a C or a D or something,
Yeah. When I'm learning, because I'm teaching myself classical guitar right now, and I'm actually learning a lot of techniques that I didn't learn when I picked up acoustic guitar for the first time when I was like 12 or whatever. It's like, what am I trying to say? What was I saying before?
You're talking about you're learning new techniques that you haven't learned before. I brought up the 20 different skills right before that.
Oh, yes. Okay. I think as a musician, there's a lot of things that you need to learn. A lot of it is memorization. A lot of it is like theory. Most of that is going to be memorization.
Yeah.
Like there is a way to, at some point you are using a logic part of your brain to be like, oh, this chord is here, so this chord is there, so we're modulating here, blah, 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 blah. But how do you know that an F sharp means that you're most likely in G major? How do you know that? Because you memorized it.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is memorization. It's like, people will say doctors, most of their shit is quote unquote memorization. Like people that get into biology, it's all memorization. And it's like, no, you're learning the basic blocks of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's like when we were kids and we were counting 1 to 10.
Yeah, actually,
anytime
you use a number, you're memorizing it.
No, at some point your brain takes over and you're logicking the rest of your shit. You are just learning the building blocks first. It's the same for music theory.
Yeah.
But for some fucking reason with guitarists, they're always like, everything is memorization. It has to be. The way that you learn the fretboard is memorization. So like,
yeah, that is weird.
Like multiple times, it's like, okay, just press every E on the fretboard, and then you'll learn where all the E's are.
And it's like,
and I'm like, okay, but what about like scale patterns? And it's like they're music theory of verse, but also music theory like it's up on the best guitar players learn music theory.
Yeah,
but I've met musicians that are successful, very successful, that don't know any music theory at all. And I really think it's something that you should learn if you want to get better.
Yeah.
But it's also like if you're not making a song for like people to listen to, if you're not trying to like sell a song, play the fucking guitar.
Yeah.
That is better than no practice.
Yeah.
And one of the other skills that a musician should learn, which is what my initial thing was, is just kindness. For some reason, the industry is so filled with like people being mean and teaching us to be mean to ourselves because of the concept of quote unquote discipline, which discipline is a gift you give to yourself.
Yeah.
It is not a weapon.
Yeah, you shouldn't weaponize it. Yeah.
I wake up in the morning, I don't want to play the guitar. I'm like, I have to. I know I'm going to feel shitty later today.
If I don't. And you're going to feel good when you do.
When I do. So I'm going to sit down and I'm going to play through it. And I actively tell myself, hey, it's okay if you fuck up. If you mess up and you don't do it perfect, that's okay. You're just having a bad day. You're not a failure. You're just having a bad day. But who put the idea that I was a failure in my head? It wasn't fucking me.
Do you want to name names? Or
well, I mean, you all know it's my mom, but it's also like every other musician I've ever met.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the names. Yeah, just out them right now.
Straight up. It's people practicing in a practice room and people outside being like, whoever's in there sounds annoying, or what the fuck is that? Or playing an out-of-tune note. Having that happen so much that every time you play an out-of-tune note, you think there's somebody out there listening to and just somehow there's some guy in your mind sitting there like, I don't like what they're doing. As if that's all he has to do all day. And of course he does. He's a musician. What else do they do? It's stupid. You have to have the best. Once again, it kind of is similar to the D&D thing. You have to have the best case. You have the best instrument. It's all
if you don't have a Stratocaster $10 million one, what are you even doing?
What are you even fucking doing?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's your blah blah blah. It's this. It's that. Or what?
You got it from Goodwill.
You don't have that? Oh, gross, disgusting. And it's just really all you have to do is try. It's just like the gym. It's just like sports. It's just like everything else. You just have to try, and that's literally it. And that is really hard when everyone else around you is like, why are you trying? Ew, disgusting. Fuck off.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
You're trying too much, actually, and that's gross to me for some reason. I need you to be so good at it already that it looks easy so that me, someone who can't do it, can look at you and be like, oh, hell yeah. You need to put your body through immense pain and surgery
to
get to a point where I can maybe respect you.
Yeah.
When there's someone who's never fucking done it in their life. And they never will.
And yet they have some sort of fucking ego about it. And I feel that. Everyone's a fucking critic, man.
Sadly, that person was a musician because I don't know. I've met more musicians like that than not. But they're not real. If you pick up an instrument and you play it, you're a musician.
Yeah.
Congrats. Awesome. Welcome to the family. Just make sure that you're being kind to yourself and other people.
Did you know if you bought like a metal slide, you're actually not really caring about the guitar because you're just gliding your hand over the frets, and it's like, come on.
Yeah, we're not going to get into how that's racist, but but it is.
I figure.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's wild. Because I will tell you, once they grow up, if you're in a professional environment and a musician is being shitty to other musicians,
they're not.
Guess who's not getting a job next time?
Yeah, you're not going to be coming back for the gig. That was the first thing I was taught in film school, actually.
You need to hang.
You need to fucking hang.
You have to learn how to hang.
And I remember the way they described it. This was in my shop class that I didn't go to.
Yeah.
But fucking, there's 3 ways after like a gig. There's you're at the after party. There's 3 ways you're approached with the check. And it's 1, hey, here's your money, and I very much would like to work with you again. Like the very obvious. 2, hey, you were a pleasure to work with. I might let you know if we have something else going on. And it's like you're not necessarily super into them, but like maybe other people would be. Like, they're good record. Yeah. And then the last one's just, hey, good job. And then walking away. Yeah. And if you get the hey, good job and nothing else, you've lost.
You lost it.
Yeah.
You lost your next check. Yeah.
Yeah.
You lost your next dinner. And that's how serious it becomes.
Yeah.
That's like, but you're not a professional. You're a guy playing the guitar, which is where every professional starts.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you can't be a professional. Just means that you have work to do.
Yeah.
If you want to.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you want to.
And it's absolutely fine to not want that.
Yeah.
Not everyone has to make money off of everything that they love.
What?
And honestly, that world would fucking suck.
Yeah, it would. It would.
And also, fuck those people about cross-stitch. I don't know why they have opinions about cross-stitch.
They had to just throw that in there, too.
That's so deeply personal to me as well. The guitar and the cross-stitch thing is crazy. Because and this is weirdly, Sarah's going to be sympathetic to her mother time.
Oh, okay.
My mom did cross-stitch for a long time, and she was constantly telling herself that she is not creative because she only does art like needlepoint and cross-stitch. That's based on, because cross-stitch is based on, you can make it up yourself. You can make the patterns up yourself.
Like there's like a design or something?
Yeah, usually you get like a pixelated design and then a bunch of different colors of string, and then you make it yourself.
That's still doing something.
Yes. But she would say that about herself all the time. But you know what that woman was constantly doing? Fucking cross-stitch. Most of her time when she was at home was doing cross-stitch. And she was constantly dogging on herself all the fucking time. No matter how much I was telling her, no, that's you're making works of art. People sell these things sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, you should learn how to draw. No, I'm not creative. No, I'm not going to.
Yeah, you should try drawing, even doodling. Just like do what you want to do. Don't ever call yourself uncreative. I think that's
everyone is creative. I think you just have to put in the time and effort to do it.
Yeah, and find something that you're passionate about too. I think
that idea of she's just not ever going to be the type of person that will succeed bled into Sarah. You're not succeeding. You're never going to be the type of person to succeed. Me, a child, knowing I'm a creative person, I will always be a creative person. And having to, at a young age, confront the idea that maybe I will fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
And so the idea of being like, well, cross-stitch isn't even really art. If I took a shit on your face, that'd be art, you fucking loser. If I took a big, stinky shit on your chest, that's art. Because I made something.
What did you do today?
What did you do today? Just got shit on. That's all you did.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Me after I come out of the bathroom. Sorry, you want to look at my art now?
Yeah, you want to look at my art?
All right, solved it. Yeah. Solved it. I think once we get to the shit.
Fuck off. It's not a joke. It's a threat.
It's a promise.
It's a fucking promise. Are these people adults?
I think they're in college. So
good. Okay,
yeah.
they're dumbasses then. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I don't know what the gender of the person was too. I understand them.
It just pisses me off because the shit that idiots said, like I know so many people that they're good people now, but some of the shit that they said to me in college still stays in my mind. And that sucks ass. Yeah. Because it's like, if you confront them now and you're like, hey, remember when you told me I was a piece of shit and I would never do anything with my life? That still haunts me. And then they're going to be like, why don't you just fucking grow up and just forget?
Man, if only there was a show that had that exact scene happen and then everyone was like, well, this show sucks now. Why did they cut this in half? Why do I have to wait a year for another Chicago-based show? If only it was fucking... If only someone took me by the collar and shook me. If
the person that I'm thinking of said that to me, like, well, that made you a better person, I'd be like, no, it fucking didn't. It made me want to kill myself.
Yeah.
No, it fucking didn't. It actually ruined my life.
Yeah. Fuck, man.
But, I mean, people do anything to avoid responsibility. That's why I think college is so hard. Because everyone's an idiot and they're not, they think it's like there are no consequences to their actions until someone dies in a car crash. Yeah. And then everyone's like, oh, we got to be adults now. Yeah. And I'm out here like, now?
Why are we being shitty beforehand? Yeah.
And then even then, the people in the vicinity of the car crash are going to be like, I got to be an adult. And the people friends with them are going to be like, nah, I'm going to party still. Nah, I'm going to get addicted to cocaine. Yeah. And then it's going to take me until my 40s to realize I have a problem.
Yeah.
Why are you mad at me? I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Oh my God.
Solved it though. Solved it. Good shit. Next story though. Let's go, baby.
Am I the asshole for reporting a coworker who sent me a screenshot of a female intern's outfit during a Zoom call and he got fired? Trigger warning, sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yep. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think, Josh?
Are they asking if they're the asshole because they reported it?
Yeah, so they're saying that they reported someone for sexually harassing another person, and then that person got fired, and people are telling him he's an asshole. TLDR of the story, because that's the entire story.
I'm sorry, no, I figured that's where it was gonna go, but also like. How is it? You're not the person that did the fucking. You're
gonna understand what's going on in the second
sentence.
Like literally as soon as I start talking.
Got it. Okay.
I'm 19 male. So why do you think this guy would think he's an asshole? He's fucking 19. Everything. When I was an asshole, I thought I was. When I was an asshole. When I was 19, I thought I was an asshole. Literally 24/7.
And then you're going to a workplace, and I'm assuming there's a bunch of old motherfuckers,
and they're all trying to make you feel bad for getting this guy fired.
Where's my gun? Where is it?
That's why I chose this one, because it would piss you off.
Great, even, yeah.
I'm 19 male working on an internship at this company, and we get to work from home 1 day a week. This is my first corporate experience. The dress code is pretty casual, especially at home. For example, I've seen someone show up to work in sweatpants and a t-shirt and jacket before. A couple weeks ago, we had a 1-hour Zoom meeting, and our team were all work from home during that day. The meeting included me, Mark, and James, both interns from my college that were friends with each other, but that I didn't know before. Zoe, 19 female intern from a different college, Aaron, my boss, and others. During the call, I noticed that Zoe was wearing a sheer top with no bra, which became noticeable when she turned on another light. Nobody else said anything during the call, and I thought I should say something, but I ended up not saying anything either. I rearranged the Zoom call on my screen so I couldn't see her camera anymore. I didn't really want to say anything, especially since Aaron wasn't saying anything, and I thought that maybe he might talk to her later / deal with it or something like that, since he's her manager too.
Okay.
Which I do think is the right thing to do.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you don't bring up in public, you do it privately or something. Yeah.
Well, it's like if you know you're going to be uncomfortable talking about it and maybe make it awkward, I think the best thing to do is to just let the manager handle it most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah, I mean, that's their fucking job. Yeah.
There's a good instinct, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But
let's see. Yeah.
Mark was late and joined the meeting partway through. Near the end of the call, he sent me some screenshots of Zoe's camera. One being more zoomed in right on her chest and with the brightness turned up so you could see it clearly.
You did photo editing? Dude, come on.
And with the message, bro, do you see what Zoe's wearing, lol? We can see everything.
No, I wasn't joking about the gun. Now I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do something I'm not gonna regret.
I wasn't sure how to respond, so I just didn't respond to it. Marcus said questionable things about and to her in the past as well, and I've remembered some of the stuff we were talked to about in regards to inappropriate workplace behavior and what to do about it. I wasn't really sure right then what to do, but after thinking about it, I ended up forwarding the message to my HR person.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
As a result, HR ended up interviewing us to see what went on and put Mark under review, and he eventually ended up getting fired with cause.
Yeah, that's a pretty big cause. Yeah.
It also was found out that he sent the message to James as well.
What?
I didn't really think or intend for Mark to get fired, but that's what happened. When I got back to the office, it was just me and James there that morning, and he went to me and told me that it was too big. It wasn't too big of a deal.
What?
And that I didn't need to get Mark fired, and that now he's screwed because he's close to graduating with his master's degree. I didn't really know how to respond to that, and I just went to my seat and got to work. Zoe ended up thanking me and said she didn't mean that. Blah, blah, blah. Zoe ended up thanking me and said she didn't mean that for her outfit. But she also said she wished someone had said something during the meeting and that Aaron spoke to her about attire later. Before this, I was getting along really well with the team and was getting stuck into one of the projects, but after Mark got fired, Aaron was also mentoring me, as well as James. Aaron, who was already mentoring me, as well as James, started talking to me a bit less. The next one-on-one meeting with Aaron was shorter, and there was less small talk at the office. They also stopped the bantering that they were having, that we were having fun with too. I don't think I overreacted. Am I the asshole for reporting Mark, leading to him being fired?
No, you're not the asshole, and
You're
because you're not the one that didn't fucking do the sexual harassment.
Yeah, you're not the reason that he got fired. Also,
yeah, he's the reason he got fired.
Yeah,
he did sexual harassment.
Yeah, and also most companies don't fire for one offense.
Yeah, there has to be
a lot more. There
must
have been a lot more shit.
And I'm willing to bet also it doesn't help that he sent it to 2 people.
Yeah.
Like, that's, come on.
Yeah, so this is just a PSA for like the new generation of people going into like corporate offices. Don't put anything in writing that you don't want HR to see.
Yeah.
Ever. And when someone does that and they get fired and people try to blame you for it, nope.
You're not the
person
one
that did it is the one that's at fault. Don't ever think that you didn't do the right thing, because you did.
Yeah, he did the best thing you could do.
Possible thing a man in corporate could have done in the situation. Yeah.
Which, don't get me wrong, bar in hell.
Yeah.
But like, dude, that's fucking, dude, like sending like basically like, oh God, dude. I hate dudes, man.
Yeah.
Very specifically dude bros that are like this. Like,
what, like, honestly, maybe this is a question for you as well.
Okay, good.
What is it when dudes get together in a company? They're like, yo, yeah, we're bros, bro.
Not even.
And then they're like, even if one of us commits a crime, we're bros, bro.
I don't know, because that definitely
crazy.
That's how it was also when I was in fucking film school.
Yeah,
I don't know, because
and
like,
your past job too.
Oh yeah, my last job too for sure had that, and I wasn't a part of the group, so it was like no one was fucking talking to me. I don't know what this weird like tribalism, I guess. Like, I don't know how to describe like this like weird group pathology that emerges.
I mean, and maybe it's just because I'm neurodivergent, but I don't see it with girls. Because I'm not invited.
But also maybe I'm also neurodivergent.
And you're like, not invited as well.
Yeah, but like...
But I don't know. I feel like sometimes dudes will come up to you and be like, yeah, bro, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I don't know why... I don't know why dudes just like trust each other, I guess.
Yeah.
Weird. I don't know if that's a weird statement to make, because I don't fucking trust any dude I see.
It's too much trust, because like, it's not...
Because you think you can get away with shit like that.
Yeah, or like assault or something.
Yeah.
And it's always like dudes are like, yeah, I know that he assaulted somebody, but that was my friend. Who cares?
Who fucking cares?
He assaulted. You would rather be friends with someone who assaulted someone than like be a good person?
I trust them with like any like favor I need from them. And they're, like, come on. Are you serious?
Genuinely, is this the male loneliness epidemic that they're like, I'd rather have, like, and it's so sad, but is it like I'd rather be friends with somebody just to have a friend
That's possible. And I will say, I think the male loneliness epidemic.
I think
TM,
it's all bullshit.
I think it's bullshit. I think there's just in general a loneliness epidemic.
Yes, I think women are lonely as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And the only reason why we focus on men is because
well, you always do.
Yeah, fucking surprise.
Yeah.
No, because like even the I feel like that is probably the reason why is like I don't know. It's like there is a weird like oh, me and my bros have known each other since 2 months ago, and I'll do anything for him. And it's like, dude, I would drop off the face of the fucking planet with people if they do something shitty. And also, I wouldn't be surprised if I do something shitty and people drop off the face of the planet with me. And it's like, I get it. Yeah.
Well, that's how it's been in every company. It's like that I've ever worked at. If there are a group of guys and they all like hanging out together, they all get together and they hang out, which is great. Whatever, boys being whatever.
Yeah, but then boys being
dudes, and then a crime gets committed or some sort of power imbalance or some sort of grooming or whatever happens, and everyone knows about it.
Yeah,
and they don't do shit because they don't want to sell out their boy. And it's like, but you met him like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck?
Why? This could fuck up your job.
Yeah.
And you care about this random guy you met a month and a half ago more than your own job?
Yeah.
Like, that's weird.
Yeah.
It's like police officers. You know, like when there's one bad cop, it's
you
usually...
Gotta protect them.
And there's like institutional efforts in like that small like group of police officers, what are the section or whatever.
Yeah, precinct.
The precinct. And like, you know, it's like, oh, if someone sells it, it's like you're selling out one of our own. But like, that's like people that took an oath and like went through training and they all had like a common experience. These are men of different experiences.
Yeah. That just happen to know each other.
And it's not even like they all get along either. Like I'm the type of woman that men think that I can be. A lot of times men will view me as a tomboy, quote unquote, and they will also invite me to be like a pseudo male kind of situation.
I get you.
Where they'll be like, yeah, we're all just hanging out, but I'm just kind of there.
Yeah.
I don't get bro status, which I wouldn't even really want.
Yeah.
But I will, you know, they don't not want me there, you know? But I'm also not as objectified as the women that they are attracted to. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. But usually there's one straggler that's like, oh, I like Sarah. I better not tell anybody because that's gross.
Yeah.
So I'll just, I don't know. Sometimes it leads to assault, which is fucked. But no, it's so like I'll be around. And I know all the drama in the boy groups, which there is a lot and sometimes more than girl groups.
But it's not drama because it's dudes doing it. It's just like
they
dudes
never
getting
talk
into
to each
wacky
other.
situations. Yeah.
Like they'll hang out and then they'll turn around and be like, I fucking hate that guy. And I'm like, fucking why? Fucking why? I get why you don't because... yeah, maybe they're mean or something.
Oh,
but
yeah,
like,
for sure, yeah.
I'm like, well, then why do you hang out with them? But you don't hang out. You don't want to hang out with them.
I don't. Yeah. No.
It's just groupthink, I think. But I don't.
It's probably groupthink. Yeah.
Wild that with men, it's more often like they're covering up a crime.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
That I don't understand. Because that's the whole fucking point of like what is it, Promising Young Woman, you know?
Well,
yeah, or like even the what is it? I don't know why I got this image in my head, but do you remember the scene in what is it, Barbarian?
Yes,
and it's Zach Kreger asking Justin Long like what happened, and then it's just him like I think about that for some reason right now because that's definitely it's just man,
it's a good point.
Yeah,
well, it's like I understand like the fear because I think it's a very human fear to be like you're in a group of people and then someone does something you don't like and not that you don't like but is like against your morals and you're like, oh, but it really sucked being alone because everyone has that lonely feeling. And I understand that feeling, but I always end up with the Nah, I can't be
no,
friends
I
with
always
this person.
usually end up there as well. Yeah.
So I don't understand the idea of like, fuck it. And
Fuck this,
I really think it all comes back to a dehumanization of women. It's like, well, they're lesser, so
That's probably what it is. Yeah, that is what it is. Yeah.
my boy's better.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
It's like all the Drake fans right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Who gives a fuck that he's a pedophile? Which he is a pedophile.
Yeah, he's a pedophile.
Someone pointed out in the comment section last time.
Listen. I thought I would get in trouble. All right, listen.
I know you were
I
scared
gotta
of
protect
his.
the Bible.
You gotta protect your boys. No, you were scared of getting sued
Yeah.
because he's very. It wasn't that you didn't think he was a pedophile. You do think
Thank
he's
you
a
for
pedophile.
specifying, even
Yes.
though I did it as a joke. Yes.
But it is like these people just dehumanize women and children.
Yeah.
And they don't care as long as their boy Drake
Yeah.
is the GOAT.
There's literally a saying, man, bros before fucking hoes. Like that's it's like okay, all right.
Yeah.
I to quote Kendrick Lamar, I will cut off my grandma if she doesn't see it the way I see it.
It's so real
It's so
though.
fucking
It's
real.
so fucking real, bro. Yeah, same.
Yes.
Yes.
Chat face, yes.
That's correct. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, God, solved it.
Not the asshole.
Not the asshole.
Report bad things happening because people shouldn't be doing bad things. And you shouldn't feel bad if people do bad things to other people and then they get mad at you if you call them out.
And I know we usually say HR is there to protect the company, which is why it's so crazy he got fired.
Yeah, because honestly, they're like,
he was so much of a sex pest. He was a liability to the company.
and also it's like, I guess we can, you know what, the lawsuits are going to be more than if we just hire a new person,
which is
we
a
spend
lot of
a lot
money.
of fucking money.
Yeah.
And time and wasted. Yeah.
Good Lord. Also, stop making sheer work shirts.
Yeah, that's also,
Why the fuck would you do that?
I hate white shirts because of that. Like, all the white shirts that I've ever owned, they're sheer.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's just because, like, it's, well, I will say we live in fucking Florida, so, like, being out in the sun all the time. But, like, yeah, it's weird. I don't know why of all the other shirts.
It makes even less sense,
Yeah.
And I'm not saying stop wearing them. I assume
what you
that this
wanna
was
wear.
a mistake. But
Yeah.
also, like, stop making them.
Also, don't sexualize people
sexualize
while you're
people at
working.
work.
Yeah.
No one wants sexual conversations at work. It's weird.
Dude, I can't imagine nowadays, maybe because I'm, 25 years old and not 19,
Right.
but like
yeah.
looking at just a woman sitting with like even a little bit of breast,
Zooming in
and
upping
being
your brightness.
fucking awooga. And it's like,
Awooga.
dude,
Yeah.
I thought you're fucking like, this is brain rot, like way too much. Like,
when I worked at the airport and so much sexual harassment was happening all around me, but I had you as a shield because I was dating you.
And I showed up at work sometimes,
Yeah,
so they
you
saw how
did.
big and buff I was, and
They legitimately, there were some dudes there that were like, you would beat him up, and I'm like, yeah, sure, absolutely.
I have a dark side to me, Sarah.
You maybe could. I don't know. I just know that you're very gentle and nice. Yeah, see? Look at that. That's why I chose you instead of someone, because I like you.
I'm signing up for that boxing gym tomorrow.
You do have an anger inside of you that if you honed, I feel like you could be.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome.
It would be really cool, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But so sexual harassment was happening all around. And my manager, who was a dipshit, but was so funny sometimes, he stole my story about being on the bus. Do you remember that?
Oh, I think so.
I took the bus everywhere, and this guy, he was trying to humanize himself. He never takes the bus. And I was telling him about the bus and how long it took to get from one area of Orlando to another. And he was like, wow. And then he goes into a meeting with his boss and tells them my story about the bus. And his boss was like, wow, you really know Orlando. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He didn't even live here. He stole my story. He's just such a weirdo dipshit.
Yeah, but yeah.
But yeah, we were in a meeting, like an HR meeting for something else. And this harassment was coming up as a thing. And he was like, the thing I always don't get is like, you have work to do. Like, why don't you just go do your work? Why are you sitting around sexually harassing people?
Is that task failed successfully? Kind of.
Yeah.
Like, I get it.
It's like, they shouldn't be sexually harassing women. They should be working.
I mean, you're missing the forest for the trees, but you're in a forest. I mean, I gotta give you credit.
This man could not care less that women were being sexually harassed in his vicinity because he never walked out of his office other than to catch people on their phones.
Yeah, that's more important, is catching people on their phones.
He didn't give a fuck. He just cared that people weren't working hard enough.
God.
That's funny. Sorry.
All right. Am I the asshole for reading during my lunch break, then getting a bit snarky with a colleague? What you reading for?
I hate that bit because it demonizes Waffle House.
That I know, and yeah. And the South. So, fucking...
I mean, I've met people like that in the South, so that's real.
That's real, yeah. Yeah, the fact that happens in Waffle House. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
I've read in a Waffle House peacefully before.
Yeah. Maybe you're at the right piece of motherfucking shit. Okay.
No, I love him. He's funny.
Yeah. At the school where I work, as well as the main library, we have a mini library in each classroom. During my lunch breaks, I like to sit in my classroom and read a book from my classroom's mini library for about 10 or 15 minutes.
Wow.
As it helps me relax ahead of time.
So I thought this legitimately was like in a corporate lunch, like break room where you bring a book. This is so deeply appropriate to read a book.
I will say also, first time I read it, I glossed over my classroom, my library.
Wow. Yeah, this is a deeply appropriate setting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Today, one of my callings is reading.
Yeah.
Today, one of my colleagues, not a superior, saw me doing this and accused me of, quote, stealing, as the books are for students, not us staff.
That knowledge is finite.
Yeah.
That's for the children.
Knowledge shared is knowledge lost. I agree with that.
That's the saying.
Yeah. She said if I do it again, she'll report me. We got one of the dumb ones.
I'll report my fucking to your Just let her do it.
Yeah.
The principal's going to be like, you're wasting my time for this?
Yeah, right.
You should be working.
You should be
what are you
working.
doing?
I don't remove the books from the classroom, and I put it back after my short reading time. I don't try to discourage kids from borrowing books, even if it's the ones I'm currently reading. I can continue it when the kid brings it back. Because it's a library.
A teacher I'm so sorry, TikTokers that are screaming at me to finish the fucking story. Fuck off.
But yeah.
Whatever, it's our show. Shut up.
Suck
Make your
my
own
dick.
store
Yeah.
fucking show. Store? We're watching Superstore. Shut up. I'm thinking about it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. But can you imagine a teacher that's like, my books?
My books.
None of you children can get my books. That's so funny.
It's just the stack of all the textbooks, and it's like mine. Yeah. Like that Community episode where they find the...
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's funny.
I don't try to discourage kids from borrowing books, even if it's the ones I'm currently reading. I can continue it when the kids bring it back. The students aren't allowed in that part of the building over lunch, so they don't even know I do this, so would have no reason to feel discouraged from borrowing books.
This is making me sad thinking about it.
Yeah,
Holy
that we're
shit.
even asking this question, yeah.
Well, that the kids aren't allowed in the library on their lunch break.
Well, in this guy's classroom. They can go, I think they can go to the regular library.
I know, but still, in a mini library in a classroom, you're not allowed to be here. And also, the teacher's not allowed to fucking read. How deeply anti-intellectual are we as a society?
You don't want me to answer that question.
Okay.
With that question, you do know the answer to.
Yeah, I know. It's rhetorical.
Several colleagues, including members of SLT, have come into my classroom to ask me something while I've been reading, and no one has had a problem with it before. I explained all this to my colleague, but she said there's no excuse for stealing from work. I reminded her that staff can borrow and even take home books from the main library, so why wouldn't I be allowed to read books from a mini library, and I asked if there was a rule against it. She said, you shouldn't have to be told that stealing is wrong, and asked whether, if she caught me swiping a school laptop, I'd expect her to turn a blind eye.
That's not an accurate comparison. It'd be like, are you on the school laptop at work in your office? That's fine.
Yeah. I laughed at this. I couldn't help it. and asked if she was seriously comparing me reading a book with stealing a laptop. She said, stealing is stealing.
You wouldn't download a car.
You wouldn't download a book.
Yes, I would, actually. I absolutely would.
I told her to report me if she wants, and it'll give everyone a good laugh. She got angry and told me that stealing is no joke, that my attitude is disgusting, and reiterated that if she ever finds out I've done this again, she will report me before walking off. Feel free to disagree. Who's disagreeing? But I still don't think reading one of the school's books over my lunch break is stealing, but I feel a bit bad for being rude to my colleague. Am I the asshole?
If you're disagreeing, you're crazy. Then also, just to piss off that one person that got really mad at us when we said you should steal from your workplace, you should steal from your workplace. Especially if it's a Wendy's managed by like Kelly or whatever her fucking name was. Yeah.
Well, stealing is stealing, Sarah.
I know, and it ruins my personal business somehow. It's not that I'm an idiot business owner. Sorry, if your business goes out of business because your employees steal a bunch of toilet paper from you, you had other problems. You were not running the business well enough. Yeah. I'm sorry.
If your employees are willing to risk getting fired over toilet paper, I mean,
you're not paying them enough.
You're not paying them enough, and you're treating them like shit to where it doesn't matter whether or not. Yeah. It says the two small business owners here. Yeah.
Yes.
But
I steal from work all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, same actually.
Yeah, exactly. No, we don't. IRS. Nope. No, we don't.
But okay.
Yeah.
So, you should be allowed to read on your lunch break.
You should.
If you work at a school, you should be reading. Just
shit, man. Is this fucking communist Russia? What is this?
Yeah, this is 1984 for real.
This is literally 1984. Yeah. You can't read any of that Western propaganda at your fucking work.
Stealing. What's the steal? I don't understand the stealing aspect of it.
I don't either.
Because it's not stealing. It's you're reading from your own library. That I'm assuming also you've probably bought books for. If it's in your classroom.
Is it the type of person to call up Morgan and be like, my neighbor's AC is too loud. Can you make them stop?
Yeah.
No, actually. You can't sue somebody
They're stealing my noise.
Into installing a different AC unit in their house.
And then they go, I'm going to Dan Newland, and then...
and then Dan Newland takes the case. Because he needs it.
Everyone's time.
He needs it so bad.
Fucking. Why doesn't Morgan sponsor us? Probably because I brought up other companies. But no, fucking.
But we shit on him, so they should sponsor us. Are you kidding me? I know John. He would like that.
Yeah,
he would love that shit.
No, fucking. I really. You should just read, man. Reading's good.
Reading's great.
I don't get it. Why are you working at a school if you walk in on someone reading?
That's so crazy. Walking into a school, walking into a classroom that has a library, and then being like astounded at someone reading, and then being like, "This is against the law," is so crazy. That's I would just let her be crazy.
Yeah, listen, currently it's not a crime to read a book in your school, thankfully. Currently.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe it'll be different 2 days from now when this podcast goes out.
Yeah.
But
can I tell an associated story that has nothing to do with anything at hand?
That is, yeah, you can, yeah.
Okay, it is about teachers reading during a break.
Yeah.
That happened to me as a child. So when I was a kid and I was reading the Warrior Cats novels, they were actually quite big. I was reading one that was actually that big. I think.
Nice.
I remember it being that big, but I also was small, so maybe it was not as big.
Yeah.
But I would keep these big ass books on my desk because I would read them all the time. And we went to recess, and I remember going to recess and then coming back, and my second grade teacher, his name was Mr. Alfonso or Alfonsi or whatever his name was, and he was just a weirdo. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
He was the teacher that inspired me to want to be a teacher and just fuck all these kids up for a year, lose my job, go into teaching the first year and then being I'm going to do the worst job ever and not teach these kids literally anything and just fuck them up for the next generation, which is what I wanted to do as a teen.
Yeah.
And now I'm an adult and I see the ramifications of COVID and I'm like, no, I don't need to do that actually.
Yeah, they're doing plenty on
I think that's happening already.
Without my support, yeah.
It would be fun. But I don't, yeah. If I could do that and there's no consequences.
For my actions.
Just fuck up 20 kids. But no, he had a cane because he raised half dog, half wolves. And one of them was fighting the other one and he got in between them and then the wolf bit him on his leg. So he never got like full mobility back in his leg.
Oh my God.
So he walked around and he was just like really like, he was constantly like sullen, mean.
Yeah.
It was actually a very nice teacher and would use that as a way to scare us.
Oh,
because he liked scaring young children, I guess.
Like you do.
And I didn't know this until later, but he told my mom at the like, meeting the parents, whatever.
Yeah.
He was like, I only got 1 year left.
Shit's about to get crazy.
I'm not gonna do shit this year. And my mom was like, that's weird. And then she kept me in this school.
And didn't report it to anyone.
And this was also a charter school, so nobody cared. There were no regulations about anything.
Yeah, so
I can't remember. There's so much. He made us all watch, not just me, but he made us all watch this like German math show. It was all in German. And I think it was about a bunch of children that were trapped in a house. And so they had to do math to get out of the house. And there was like an adult that had kept them all in this house. And he would show up and be like, ha, here's a math problem. And he would give them like a word problem. But then it was intercut with like scenes of these children looking forlornly out of windows and being like, I miss my parents. And then they would do math problems and they would visualize the math problems and then he would never let them out of the house. I don't know. And also I couldn't tell what the fuck was going on because the whole thing was in German and this is second grade. He was a big car guy, so he kept playing the movie Cars over and over again.
Hell yeah.
And he would pause the movie to tell us the make, model of every car that was on there. And
this is a Volkswagen Beetle.
Legitimately, that's what happened. And then he would be like, they would legitimately like stop it and be like, so this is like with racing, this is like a reference to like a race car driver named this guy. And he would like
Carface.
Yeah, he would explain all the adult references to actual car people.
So this is a tramp stamp.
Well, and now I'm obsessed with cars. The world of cars is crazy. Make it make sense. Anyway.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So for me specifically, I never really interacted with this guy mostly. He was good at teaching, I think. I don't really remember much, if I'm honest.
Okay, yeah, good sign.
I will say I'm really bad at fractions, so maybe that's why. But I was reading the Warrior Cats book, and it was on my desk. We went out to recess. We came back, and he's sitting like crisscross applesauce on top of my desk.
Just
reading my book. And Joshua, this is a children's novel.
Yeah.
He was not 5 pages into this book. And recess is like 30 minutes long. So he spent 30 minutes reading the first 5 pages, or he just randomly
started it right before as a power play. Never even actually read it. Did you know? Like,
but he still like got up and I swear to God, he was reading it like with one hand, and he was touching his lips like this, like
stimming, yeah. Curious.
And I can't get that image out of my head because I was deeply uncomfortable that he would touch my fucking shit.
Yeah, that's worse than what happened in this story. Yeah,
yeah, I think so. And then he put it back on the desk, and he was like, "That's interesting." And it was like, it wasn't even the first one in the series. It was like the 4th one. And also, there were other readers in this. Like, someone else was reading Harry Potter. Someone else, like, there were other books on other kids' desks. And he chose the cat one.
got that wolf inside him, you know what I mean?
He do. And then later,
yeah,
I was standing in line, you know, like you would get in line.
Yeah, on the tiles. I remember this. Yeah.
Well, it was just like just
a
get
line,
in line. Yeah.
We had tiles.
We had like Velcro on everything.
Oh, you know what? We had like tape.
Line.
We had like painter's tape for that.
Yeah, legit. So we were whatever. There was this lamp that he had, like one of those lamps that were like 3 different bulbs with little like cones, like different color cones. Like, you know, like in The Sims, there's one of them.
I think so.
Like that you would put in like a children's room.
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
It's like a red, yellow, and like blue.
Yes.
Whatever, like lampshade, and it was all like it was kind of weirdly
shaped.
Like you could move it if you wanted.
Yeah.
And he was like, he goes up to me. He was like, "What if this lamp was like a monster?" And I was like, "Okay." And he's like, "Wouldn't that be fun? Like a fun story? You should write that. You should write that as a book." I was like,
giving you free ideas,
about
dude.
the lamp monster? What the hell?
Goosebumps, fucking.
And then I grow up and I watch fucking Family Guy, and there's that scene about Stephen King where it's like Stephen King pitching ideas to his editor, and he picks up a desk lamp and he's like, yeah. And I'm like, was that just like a Family Guy reference that this guy made to me?
The second grader, yeah.
So that's why I should be allowed to fuck up a whole generation of kids, because that shit's fun as hell.
Well, you should be able to read books inside your own classroom.
Yeah. Just not the children's books.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if they bring it from their house.
Yeah. From your library, yeah.
Also, shit used to be so much cooler. Like that guy used to just exist, and he would get paid a salary, and he would go home, and he was cool. Also, I don't think that was his last year. I think he was there afterwards. He just lied to my mom.
Or he was like, "Nah, I love doing this shit too much. I'm gonna keep doing it until someone fires me."
It's just one of those children's things where it's like, then you go home, and then your mom was like, "Oh yeah, he said that to me once." And I'm like, that makes so much sense as to why he was constantly fucking around. Dude, I have so much.
Yeah.
There was like a months long where he made like a mystery for us to all figure out.
Yeah.
So like he took a bunch of toys that were in the room, and then he just put them in the trash can, and it was like somebody broke in here and took all the toys, and then he blamed it on another guy who just was like the AV guy.
That's funny as hell, dude.
So they both teamed up to like take all of our toys from us for months, and then to just be like, "Where'd the toys go? You guys gotta figure it out."
Jesus, man, what a wild guy. That's just wild. I don't even know what to
he was
say
just
to
a
that.
weirdo.
God.
There's an r/vent. The quote-unquote "let's not applaud men for doing the basic things" movement is BS.
Did I use... No, you told me this
I told you
title,
about
and
this
I
one.
wonder if I saw it on my own, though. I didn't read it, but...
Good.
All right. Bullshit.
I do think this one's a little funny, though.
Okay.
Because of how just wrong it is.
Good. I love wrong shit.
I'm a woman, okay? Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, sure. I mean, maybe. I know there are women like this out there.
Yeah, but I do think, like, saying that in the beginning, it's always like, why do you have to prove this?
Yeah.
Why do you have to...
Source.
Yes.
I'm a woman, and I really hate the popular messaging going around that you're not a robot. You sure?
This is AI. This is fucking AI. Okay, all right.
God, why do we have to beef with robots?
I don't know.
We used to just beef with men pretending to be women online to cause chaos.
It's now robots.
And now it's
pretending
robot.
to be women. Yeah, okay.
God damn it. I'm a woman, and I really hate the popular messaging going around that women shouldn't applaud their boyfriends / husbands / partners for doing the bare minimum partner stuff.
So you should?
I find this mindset to be bitter, entitled, and very toxic. Things like this is what continues to drive resentment and lack of empathy between men and women.
What?
Yeah.
That's what's causing it?
That's what's causing it. Nothing else.
Nothing else could have ever...
Nope.
Thankfully, I was born yesterday, so I have a pretty solid understanding of the world.
So I agree with this person.
Yeah.
Everyone needs appreciation for big and small things, regardless of gender. If we went out of our way to show our partners appreciation for even the most basic things, we would have happier, more fulfilling relationships. I don't completely disagree with this up until this point.
Okay.
I do think they're moving the goalposts of the conversation.
Yeah, in your own argument, yeah, with no one else like.
Yeah, well, yeah, the original like let's not applaud men for doing the bare minimum was about men that are like take their girlfriends on dates.
Yeah.
And that's literally it. That's all they do.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
It's not saying that you shouldn't ever be nice to your partner. That's crazy.
Yeah, that wasn't even okay.
Yeah. But this is where I think it's funny. Wouldn't you feel fulfilled in a relationship if your partner made a big deal after you do the dishes / cook dinner
I would.
and showed that by giving you a back rub or watching whatever movie you want to watch with you?
What?
Can you imagine? I'll get through this and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
To me, withholding appreciation and applause in a relationship is like watering your plant with bleach and expecting it to bloom. I know from my childhood with my parents that this mindset doesn't work. They believe they shouldn't need to applaud me for doing the bare minimum as a kid.
No participation trophies in this house.
They made me resentful. This made me resentful, and I stopped wanting to do anything with them. I felt like the stuff I did do didn't matter, and I was not good enough. So I wouldn't recommend this kind of thinking in a relationship. I find this so deeply unplausible, but also deeply plausible.
That someone...
That a woman was raised by parents that withheld affection, and now she feels like she has to go out of her way with a man to get appreciation by overly giving him appreciation and making herself good enough that her man maybe someday might deign to appreciate her. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I find that so absolutely accurate. No wonder you want to baby somebody. No wonder. No fucking wonder. Why did you just lay out your whole psychology for everyone to criticize?
Personally, and maybe this is just me.
Batman couldn't get that out of me.
Batman couldn't get that out of me, A. But also B, if you applauded after every single time I did the dishes or did the... I wouldn't believe you.
Josh.
I think you'd be fucking with me.
Like, it's so funny when people are like... in their relationships, they just are like, when I was a baby and my relationship with my parents, that didn't work. So when I'm with my husband, that's not what I'm going to do.
I'm switching it up.
I change his diaper every 3 hours.
But it's like, and I know it's like, but like the...
Come on, man. What are you talking about?
I feel like if you, like, and I know the applause, quote unquote, is like more like...
It was not quoted. It was not quoted. They meant applause.
This has to be fake, but okay. So, if you applauded at dishes the same way as me, like paying for a whole vacation and going to it and coming back and having a good time, like, you think I wouldn't? What message does that send me? I guess, like, because I feel like that would make me only do the bare minimum.
I just think this is more. It's funny that they're blaming. Okay, let's just start from the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, please dissect this for
let's dissect this,
dumbass.
actually.
Yeah,
because this is a lot. There's a lot
going on with few ideas here. Yeah,
I'm a woman. Don't believe you. Yeah. I really hate the popular messaging. I don't think it's popular.
I don't think it's
actually
popular either.
And I think we can cite
this hasn't hit the top 100 Billboard. All right, I think
there's a rapist in the White House. I don't think the messaging of maybe men shouldn't rape women is popular because there's a rapist in the White House.
Yeah.
There's multiple, actually.
Yeah.
If we count Elon as the actual president.
And probably most, but yeah.
And probably others as well that I don't know about off the top of my head. I don't think it's popular going around vague that women shouldn't applaud their boyfriends, husbands, partners for doing the bare minimum partner stuff. So I don't think anyone's ever, if we're going to be nitpicky, mention applauding. B, I don't think that's what people mean. I think they mean like your partner should be happy to see you.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be like, yay, my partner got me a glass of water when I asked him for it.
Yeah. You shouldn't be like the most
that's what people mean.
Praise, quote unquote, it should be like, oh, thank you.
Thanks.
I think
you should say thank you.
You should say thanks, but you shouldn't.
If you want to thank somebody.
You shouldn't be immediately like, swoon, I'm so happy that you did this for me.
Yeah.
Because like...
This is, once again, this is only ever going to hurt abuse victims. Because if you're in an abusive relationship, and I know we all like to hand wave away people in abuse relationships. People are going to be like, but they're not talking about. Yes, they are. When you talk about relationships, you talk about all relationships, and that includes abuse.
Yeah.
But yeah, when people are in abusive relationships and they're going through the love bombing cycle, where somebody is like, their partner abuses them in some way, emotionally, physically, sexually, however, and then they turn around and they're like you, I like you so much, you're really good, I'm in love with you, and then she's like, well, he does love me. That is a normal. You're being manipulated.
Yeah.
So that's normal to be like, oh, maybe he'll get back. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem. So the don't applaud the bare minimum messaging is, how much is he actually doing? We're trying to wake up these women that are being manipulated by these abusers.
Yeah.
Because women are more socialized to accept less from men. Because as society, men they don't have to do that much, and we applaud them.
Yeah.
This is just, I don't know how to describe. It's just true.
As someone who has just said on this says on this podcast, early on, I remember being like, women deserve rights, and then like women would applaud in the fucking comments.
No, yeah.
And I was like, that's sad. That's upsetting.
How much? And then at the same time, I'm saying stuff and people are quoting me out of context and getting mad at what I have to say. And I have to, there's a period of time where I have to over-explain literally fucking everything that I said.
Meanwhile, cutie patootie Josh over here is, just...
It's insane. It was insane, bro. Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
So that's not that doesn't exist. What you're saying doesn't exist. I find this mindset to be bitter, entitled, and very toxic. I find it's funny that this person thinks that someone abstaining from something is actually poisoning something by existing and not doing enough work to make someone feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's
just the fact of you. It's like sitting down at dinner and then being like, what harm did you do?
Yeah,
you did nothing. It's okay. It's fine. You existing is fine. Believe it or not, women just sitting around existing is okay. Even if you don't like them.
Yeah.
Even if they're mean to you, them existing is fine.
Yeah.
There's a lot of women I don't like. I don't want them gone.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
Yeah, that'd be... Yeah.
Yes. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Things like this is what continues to drive resentment and lack of empathy between men and women, which is like, yeah, just putting the onus on the women again.
It's not women's... why do people blame other people for when the one group of people does something bad?
And it's, if I get criticized for bringing gender into everything, I get criticized because I get mad at people that make it... Something that irks me that I think I've realized throughout the show is my pet peeve of like, people get mad at people not doing something and then say that it's their fault that something has happened. That's my issue. Is if you walked into a room and you did nothing and someone else points at you and is like, it's your fault for being here. That's when I'm like, the creature comes out.
Yeah.
I'll show you what I can do. I'll do something. You're not gonna like it.
Yeah.
And because it's such like I like living.
Yeah.
I like it, actually, believe it or not. I don't like being around people that make me feel
not like living.
Yeah, that make me feel like I'm not welcome.
Yeah. I feel like that's pretty simple. That's pretty...
And it's a lot of people.
Just a lot of people
do not
want to...
Are there, Sarah, you are not welcome. And then they get mad when I want to stay home.
Yeah, it's like, why aren't you going out? I hate you,
but
why
are you being
going...
normal?
Yeah.
I hate that you're not normal. And then I go out and I'm weird. And they're like, I hate that you're weird and outside. Go inside. Leave.
But please come back outside for next time.
But you're not allowed to be inside. What the fuck? Okay.
You gotta find a new third thing to be in, yeah.
Everyone needs appreciation for big and small things, regardless of gender. Is fine on its own.
That's a fine on its own, and this argument is kind of okay.
If we went out of our way to show our partners appreciation for even the most basic things, we would have happier, more fulfilling relationships. I think there's a point of diminishing returns.
I agree with that as well. Yeah, I think
I personally don't want to be treated like a baby because I'm an adult.
Yeah.
I would rather not have that.
You should not have a fireworks show for me.
Every time you literally do everything.
Yeah, like...
And, like,
every time the podcast gets done, we just go outside light.
I thought about doing that just to incentivize us getting the fucking podcast done. But I mean, like,
doing
it's
some fucking firecrackers and just throwing them, yeah.
To me, respect is a big thing. I want you to respect me.
Yeah.
And showing appreciation is awesome.
Yeah.
But if that's all you do and you still don't respect me...
At some point, it's going to feel fake, and that's not respect.
Yeah, because if you don't... Yeah, the appreciation and respect are two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Jesus.
To me, withholding appreciation and applause in a relationship is like watering your plant with bleach and expecting it to bloom.
That's not...
It's not an accurate comparison.
It's not an accurate comparison, and also that's not what's happening
No,
here.
It's even one step further away from the metaphor, because it would be like not watering your plant.
Yeah.
Which then I would be like, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I could agree with that.
But also, like, the way that you're taking it to the extremes, though, is kind of like you are expecting people to put bleach on their plants.
When the literal thing that you're
describing is not
withholding
from plant. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, you've objectified the man into not being an active partner in your relationship.
I'm just a lonely little plant.
That's all men do, is they sit around and they absorb. That's it. They never hit you or rape you or sexually assault you or demean you or make you feel worthless. They don't do anything. If that's happening to you, it's just happening to you. That they're literally a plant is so easy.
Yeah, it's so yeah. You just gotta water them.
You deserve to be in the ground. I'll show you a fucking plant.
Yeah.
I put a plant over your dead fucking body,
yeah.
bro. Anyway.
At least something beautiful came from you.
Yeah, maybe. I know from my childhood with my parents that this mindset doesn't work. Once again, I said, yeah. I think I'm just reiterating at this point.
No, yeah, I get it.
You shouldn't base... I mean, everyone does. Everyone bases like their understanding of relationships off their own parents, even though your parents are human beings and are flawed.
Yeah.
So, yes, actually, let's use our brains and maybe ascend.
Maybe a little, yeah. Just you
know,
again, progress as a society. Yeah,
like we're flawed as well, but we can learn.
Yeah,
we can learn.
We can learn a little.
It's actually not bad. You should read at work, and teachers should read, and children should read, and everyone should read and learn. Maybe. Don't just learn from your shitty parents.
Yeah,
because everyone's parents are shitty. Because we're all shitty. That doesn't mean that you should give up. Oh my God. You shouldn't give up on everyone just because you think everyone's shitty. Because maybe you're not shitty. Maybe the only difference between you being not shitty and being shitty is work and learning. Maybe that's literally it. Maybe it's just trying to not be shitty, and that's literally the difference. And if you're like, why is she yelling at me right now? Try to not be shitty. Realize how easy it is. And I'm going to be shocked if you're not screaming.
Also, yeah.
As well. And that's why you shouldn't applause when your boyfriend does the fucking dishes that he made. Does your boyfriend absorb nutrients through his body, through his skin?
Via photosynthesis? Because he's a plant.
Because he's a plant? No, he doesn't. He eats food off of dishes. And then he makes dirty dishes.
Yeah.
So when he does them, he's cleaning up his own mess. You shouldn't applaud him like he learned how to use the potty chair for the first fucking time. He's 32. He can do his own laundry.
Yeah.
He can learn.
He can learn. He can learn. It's not that difficult. Solved it, though.
That's older than some people in our government. That's older than people going to war for us. That's crazy.
Speaking of doing the bare minimum.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he goes through a midlife crisis and cheats on you, all of you babying him is just going to lead to him being a worse partner for the next bitch that he decides to screw over.
Yeah. Yeah. But he's a plant, though, Sarah.
You should applaud when he does the dishes because he's a plant. He can't even move.
He can't move. It's kind of magical.
He can't even move.
He uses, it's magical, actually. All right, okay. This one's going to piss you off now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, all right. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend I shouldn't have to prove that I love her? 27 male, 23 female.
Are you? I don't know, man. Are you? Why are you writing something out and asking me like you think like there's an answer that you would take that isn't no.
Not the asshole, yeah.
Why are you wasting my fucking time and everyone's fucking time on the internet assuming this is real? If this is fake, double fuck you.
Yeah.
Because you wasted your own time. You disrespected your fucking self. Fuck off. What the fuck is going on? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, it's all take a deep breath.
Cut all that out, I guess. No. I'll breathe when I'm fucking dead.
No. All right, okay, sorry. My girlfriend Kate, 23 female, is a bit needy. Sorry, I forgot that was the first sentence.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're starting strong on this one.
Man, you sound like you really love her, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know why she's asking you to prove it.
Prove it, yeah.
Yeah.
She believes in the whole, quote, love languages thing and wants affection 50 different ways.
Okay.
I am not an affectionate person in the slightest.
I mean, there are people that are like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like to cuddle her or say I love you all the time or any of that.
Okay.
It's not that I don't love her. It's just that I don't feel the need to show off. In the beginning of our relationship, I did the whole, quote, romantic song and dance, but now that we've been together for a while now, I don't really see it as necessary. Unfortunately, she doesn't really agree.
Okay.
She brought it up to me since Valentine's Day was a couple days ago. She made me breakfast and gave me a snack basket with my favorite snacks.
Oh.
Now, she says I should have at least given her a hug or something for the effort. I got annoyed and said that I shouldn't feel obligated to do anything like that. I reminded her I'm not an affectionate person and shouldn't have to prove that I love her, that she should just know I do. Now she's accusing me of putting in no effort, which is BS since we literally live together, and says she feels unloved and unappreciated. Just because you live together, you're putting in effort? I'm sorry.
Wait, yeah, that's kind of wild.
I just told her... You should be applauding me for living in the same apartment as you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just told her that's on her and I shouldn't have to change myself for her. Now she's just sulking and stopped acting affectionate with me. And I'm starting to wonder if I was wrong. Am I the asshole?
Is this posted on Am I the Ex?
It should have been.
It should have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Would I Be the Asshole public. So I think they allow relationship posts on here. So.
Oh, okay. I mean, listen, I don't think it's as bad as like the 20-year-long relationship where the husband never does his laundry, never does the dishes, and expects applause.
Yeah.
The one time, you know, because I will say like there are people out there that don't like to be touched and are not super affectionate. You know, it could be solved with a conversation, I think.
But here's my thing, though, and this is what people kind of latched onto.
The examples are weird.
But also he says that he did it in the beginning of the relationship and then just stopped. Yeah,
and describing it as like a song and dance is not awesome.
Yeah.
It does feel like I don't know if like men should start thinking of that as a manipulation.
I think it's manipulative.
Yeah. Like I'm going to be like this in a relationship and then nah.
And then now that we're moved in together.
Fuck it.
And
no,
that's
I got a lock on
enough effort.
I'm good. I did it. I don't have to do anything now.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, you should like the person that you're with. You should want to do stuff for them.
Yeah.
But it's also why self-awareness is important, because sometimes you want a person that you're more compatible with that doesn't necessarily need the words of affirmation and stuff. But she's trying to be like, hey, listen, this is how I would feel appreciated. And he's saying, that's your problem.
I love you, so stop complaining.
So figure it out. Like, that's not how anything works. He just sounds quite immature.
Yeah, well, 27. Wow. 23 female as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got there. I wonder why you can't find a 27-year-old, i.e. my age.
Wait, oh yeah. Yeah. No, I forgot
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Would you date this 27-year-old man?
Honestly, he sounded 19. I thought he was 19 this whole time because I read that Office story about it with all the 19-year-olds in it.
The exact
I was like,
same.
you know, he's 19. He's gonna learn from the consequences of his actions. Nope.
Did it say? Because it said this age in the title. I don't know if I glossed over it.
No, I just don't listen to you.
It doesn't. He doesn't say his own age in the post. Yeah, sorry. He's 27 years old.
Wow.
He's been on this for a quarter of a century.
Damn. Don't say it like that to me. Fuck.
Over a quarter of a century.
You.
Meanwhile, I'm at a cool just quarter of a century.
Yeah.
Kids at home, try and figure out how many parts of a century you're in. Leave a comment down below. 2/3?
Turn it into a percentage.
Yeah. Multiply other people's percentages and then
make a website that calculates what percentage you're at of the entirety of a century. Attach it to a clock.
And then make a bet on whether or not you're going to reach 100%.
Call it the death counter.
Oh, God. But no,
Okay.
yeah, no.
That's so dumb. Okay. I don't know. Are you the asshole? I don't know.
Who knows? Will you take any other answer other than no?
I just know there are going to be people defending this motherfucker.
They need to break up.
Yeah, you need to break up, man.
Jesus.
You don't love her, actually. I feel a little bit of empathy for this guy because he's a man and we should clap for him or whatever. But like,
I mean, this plant's able to move into an apartment with someone else.
So
That's pretty
crazy.
good.
They
Yeah.
can't. Most of those can't even fucking walk, bro. That's wild. No, I I don't know. I guess I'm just like, this man has really never felt true love for anyone. So it's like if you've never
That's his hell to
felt
live.
actual true love because then you think everything is just a slog. Sheesh.
Yeah.
But you should let her go before you cheat on her with the person you actually love and put more effort in.
Yeah.
Like, you should let her start the healing process now so that once you're in a relationship with a person you actually care about and do things for, she's fully healed so she doesn't have to look at your relationship and feel tortured inside.
Yeah.
By you, I think the literal humanization of the devil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, asshole.
Yeah.
Big fucking asshole.
Maybe.
Dude. Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm considering. Maybe.
Considering, maybe. I don't know.
Solved it.
Solved it.
We got there.
We did. Am I the asshole for refusing to stop using my quote unquote embarrassing lunchbox at work?
Embarrassing lunchbox.
Up next on people fucking hate fun, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
New
it-
edition of
does it have
people
a
fucking hate
Does
fun.
that have a
I
sick
guess.
race car on it or something? Because
No,
that's cool.
I wish. Okay, I, 28 male, bring my lunch to work every day in a bright blue Pokemon lunchbox. That's fucking sick,
That's
bro.
cool. Yeah.
That's cool as hell. You're epic for that.
Yeah, this is
I'm not even joking. I'm not even making fun of you. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'd be friends with you.
Yeah.
I've had it for years and I don't think much about it. It's just the perfect size, keeps my food cold, and honestly, I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Recently, a new coworker, Matt, 35 male, too old for this, started making comments about it. At first, it was just joking around. Stuff like, nice lunchbox, dude. My kid is the same one. Whatever. I laughed it off. But then he kept bringing it up, saying it was quote unquote unprofessional and that I should grow up and get a real lunch bag.
Why?
I told him I didn't see the issue and that it's literally just a lunchbox. But last week, he took it further, telling me in front of our coworkers that it was quote unquote weird for a grown man to be carrying around kid stuff.
It's not. I mean, it's not necessarily. Okay, saying Pokemon's kid shit is really.
I mean, it is.
It's really disregarding the fucking gambling market that it has
No,
spawned.
you're not wrong.
Yeah, so
I told him he should worry less about my lunchbox and more about his own life. Now he's been acting cold towards me, and a couple of coworkers said I was being too harsh.
What?
And he was just quote unquote messing around. But I don't see why I should change something harmless just because one guy thinks it's weird. Am I the asshole?
Yeah, no, you're not the asshole. Fuck that guy. He's the one being shitty.
I will say, like, guys, if you're gonna make ChatGPT Reddit stories for us to read, you should make it like realistic.
Yeah.
How people react to stuff.
Because
I keep noticing people reacting in the weirdest fucking way. I'm not saying there aren't people out there that do that.
No, I get you.
But like, who the fuck walks into a school and is like, why is someone reading?
Yeah.
Like, you need to start asking those. Like, I worry about you and your learning when you use ChatGPT to get Reddit karma for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
Or like, I've heard that it's some people's jobs to do ChatGPT and post on Reddit to get karma. Don't know where the money's coming in because we don't get any money from this.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's up. Maybe it's the people stealing our content, making the stories.
Oh, so that
they can.
Once we read them, then they steal it.
Maybe we're not even in it. Maybe it's to make the stories to read, to post on Reddit, to put on the like Minecraft jumpies or something.
Yeah.
And it's like its own machine. I don't know. But if it could be better quality, that would be really awesome for everyone reading. That would be cool.
Much appreciated, yeah.
Just a little bit. Like, just tell the prompt, hey, can you make this like realistic actually? I know you're not a human being, but if this could look realistic, that would be really cool. Put the word realistic in the prompt.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do ChatGPT. I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying if I have to read these, I do want them to be realistic as well. Anyway, Josh, what do you think about this fucking shit? This fucking garbage. What do you think about this absolute slop?
Yeah, I will say this may be a point.
Yeah,
this is obviously not the asshole. You should be able to have whatever lunchbox you want.
Yeah.
If you have something that works and you're able to keep using it for years, why would you ever get something new?
Legitimately,
I don't know. Maybe we can make a broader point about consumerism.
Oh, I thought you meant about lunchboxes, because same, bitch. I cannot find the right amount of size for a lunchbox.
Yeah, well, just in general, I feel like just if you can make something last for fucking ever, you should. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think maybe, and we're going past lunchboxes here because this is a ridiculous argument to get into of someone.
Yeah,
but like. There is a weird thing of like, and also like conforming as well. Now that I'm thinking about it, like conform to everyone else's, get a fucking boring lunchbox.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I just like the tableau of a man that like the only thing that's keeping him together is bullying this one guy about a lunchbox.
And then when you call him out, he's like, "You're harsh.
You must have nothing going on in your life." He like crumples immediately. Like, she divorced me, and I don't know what to do. I hate Pokemon so much because it was her favorite thing.
Like, why don't you just open up about that, dude?
Yeah, just open up about that.
Why can't you reclaim Pokemon for yourself?
This 35-year-old man.
Yeah, 35-year-olds. Yeah,
they're just like, hey, man, back off. Like the slightest pushback, and then he just immediately is like, oh my god, you're right, I'm a sham.
And then everyone's like, you're a dick.
I can't believe he did that to Craig.
He was just messing around.
That's crazy.
I mean, and you know what? This is another dude bro thing. Is like the just messing around argument, where it's like
you can't be mean to me. It's like, no, I'm messing around, and you are not.
Yeah,
I'm over that shit. I feel like that's something that is a part of bullying that I think we don't talk about enough. Well, I do a lot. Cry bullying, essentially, is what it is.
Yeah.
But like, I hate that feeling when you're like around a bunch of people and you know they're all bullying you, but you're neurodivergent, so you're like, ha ha, I don't want to admit that they're bullying me. So I'm just going to pretend like I'm around.
And then it gets a little too far at some point.
And then you try to spar back and immediately everyone's like, that's mean. And then you're like, wait, so then everything that you've said is also mean.
Did I tell you that? Yeah, right. I can't admit it. Did I tell you on stream? No, I did tell you this story. Never mind. I'm not going to do it. The guy that said, where's the girl?
Mm-hmm.
And
I was there, yeah.
Yeah. And
everyone's like, what the hell? That's mean.
Yeah.
No, it's rude.
Yeah, it's rude, yeah.
Well, but I like the idea of turning around and being a bully. I think that's good. I love the concept of I'm not a safe person. I don't have a kid. You're not a child. We're both adults. We could go outside and fight, and someone's going to get arrested for battery, but it's going to be the winner.
Yeah.
Which is me.
Yeah.
And I got time. I can go to jail. It's all right. No one. They got cats at home, but Joshua will feed them.
Yeah. 24-hour
Don't
live
fucking try me.
for...
I have a bunch of time on my hands, bro. My life is going nowhere. I'm not even in college. You think I'm the perfect person to throw my fucking life away
for
some stupid shit? You think I wouldn't do that? Fucking try me.
Yeah. Jesus.
And I also don't give a fuck if people are like, wow, she's mean. Yeah. Stop talking to me. I don't know. Is that crazy? Is that too much?
I don't know if that's too much. I'll get back to you on whether or not that's too much.
I think it's good. I love it. I love it's freeing. It's a freeing feeling.
Sarah's finally free. She's
don't you want to be free from the feeling of like, oh, was I mean?
No, I get it. No, I get what you mean.
We're not on a playground anymore.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry if you push down your bully.
Yeah.
If he scraped his fucking knee.
Yeah.
No one gives a fuck. You're an adult.
Yeah.
Scraped your knee. Get the fuck back up then.
Yeah. I get what you mean. I do. I kind of agree with you, I think. Yeah.
The harsh world doesn't have limits only for me. It's for everyone.
Yeah.
We're all going to die someday. Do you really want to play with that?
Yeah.
Really?
If someone's being harsh to you, I think you're well within your rights to be harsh back.
Yes.
You can't tolerate intolerance, you know?
And I am talking about fighting, but it's like, especially if it's not fucking fighting. You're upset about mean words.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. What's going on?
Jesus. Yeah, no, fuck that.
Yeah.
You're not even being harsh. You're saying, hey, that hurt me. And he's like, wah.
Yeah, it's not harsh.
It's not even,
No.
God. Yeah, the anger would start boiling up inside me.
That's why most of this doesn't make any fucking sense.
And also all the other coworkers being like, no, because it's dude bros. If it's like a dude bro kind of thing.
I'm not saying it doesn't.
Even though that guy's new. So like, but also,
good.
Fucking.
Because everyone picks on the new guy all the time.
Yeah. Well, not the lunchbox guy. The other guy was new, right?
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah. But
he's like trying to get in with the people.
And then I guess did by making fun of your lunchbox.
Yeah, and now everyone's
because the
like,
standards are in hell also.
Well,
yeah.
I think also people will just side with whatever is the most drama. Sometimes, like, especially if your workplace is boring, people would rather just be like, this is more interesting. Like, I care about you, and I don't care about him, but I'll side with him just to make you mad at me so I have something going on today.
So I can go home and have a story to tell, yeah. Go to the bar tonight and just,
have an excuse to drink.
Dude, this fucking shitty coworker got mad at the other coworker for making fun of his lunchbox. And it's like, come on, dude.
I don't know. That's how I see it. Maybe it's too cynical, but maybe I'm just a cynical bitch. And why do you listen to me if you're not?
Here for the cynicism?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
It's all did, by the way.
All did, yeah.
Am I the asshole for not explicitly stating my punch is non-alcoholic?
Okay, all right. Okay,
all right.
There we go.
Yeah. I, 25 female, recently attended a potluck-style work party and brought punch, which has since caused a problem between myself and another coworker, 42 female, who we'll call Sandy.
Okay.
Last week, my boss hosted a party at his house to celebrate the end of the busy season and a job well done. All of my coworkers and their spouses were invited, and we decided it would work well to do a potluck to offset the cost of feeding everybody, about 35 people, since not everyone who came brought a spouse or significant other.
Okay.
I volunteered to make a punch that I've brought to previous work events that everyone said they enjoyed, as well as some fruit to go with it.
Okay.
This was a casual party with alcohol present, but since I have some coworkers who don't drink, I didn't add any alcohol to this punch, and figured that if people really wanted some, they'd just add it in themselves.
Right.
Fast forward a couple hours, and Sandy is getting even louder and more dramatic than normal, and is stumbling around the party.
That's really embarrassing. Oh, no.
I didn't think much of it and figured she brought her own drinks or was adding some of the host's alcohol that was put into something else. She suddenly fell off the chair she was sitting in and made a big show of saying that it's because she was so drunk. She then asked me in front of the rest of our coworkers what it was I put in the punch. I was confused and told her what was in it. Just a mix of ginger ale, 7-Up, orange juice, and a can of juice concentrate. Sounds good.
That does sound good.
And she wanted to know what alcohol I put in it because she's been drinking it all night and is, quote, really feeling it. Sorry. Yeah. I told her that I didn't put any alcohol in it and asked if maybe someone else had spiked the punch bowl. Nobody said they added anything, and one of my coworkers who doesn't drink even said that they'd also been drinking the punch all evening and was still completely sober. I also would like to clarify that I understand how context can matter. Like if everyone else was really drunk, then they can make even a sober person feel like they're loaded. But that definitely was not the vibe. Sandy was the only person acting, quote, drunk.
Sandy,
what's going on? She then got really quiet and went by herself to the bathroom. The rest of my coworkers and I exchanged some awkward glances and tried to laugh it off. She left shortly after, and I received an angry text from her about how I shouldn't have embarrassed her like that, and that now she looks like a, quote, idiot in front of our bosses and the rest of our coworkers. She's been hostile to me at work ever since and is basically refusing to talk to me. I didn't think I did anything wrong, and most of my coworkers agree with me, but some say I should have just let her go on thinking that the punch was alcoholic to save her the embarrassment, and I'm wondering now if I'm in the wrong. Am I the asshole?
no. This is a bag fumble on Sandy's part. Just be like, there was no alcohol? I must be allergic to something in there. Guys, I have to go to the hospital. Make a big deal. Like, you get all that attention, right? Call an ambulance.
And then you get the sympathy, at least.
You get the sympathy. Make them put you on a gurney.
Yeah.
Gurney yourself into the shit. Go to the ER. Waste a bunch of valuable time of doctors.
Because that's fun also.
Because that's also fun for you.
Yeah.
And then go to the doctors and then tell them, I don't know, it must have been an allergy to the juice or oranges or something. Get a fake allergy shit. Stay home to recover.
Yeah, and then
you get paid sick days off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because your bosses saw that you anytime you don't want to go to work, I accidentally ate some orange.
Yeah, someone put some orange in my thing. Yeah.
That's a bag fumble on Sandy's part. You did the right thing.
Yeah, I feel like it would also be, I don't know why coworkers would be like, you should have just told her that there was alcohol in it. Because if people weren't drinking alcohol and they realize that there was, or they think that there's alcohol in it.
Yeah.
Which as someone who doesn't drink, you would still be able to tell if there's alcohol in it. Yeah,
it would smell like gasoline.
Yeah, it smelled like fucking horseshit. So, yeah, then taste like it too.
Yeah,
but like, yeah,
maybe in fruity drinks sometimes you can't.
That's fair. Yeah,
I usually can if it's a fruity drink.
Fair.
But if you've never drank alcohol,
I will say when I was we had a bunch of Modelo's that apparently tasted bad, so I was just draining them today, and I opened them up immediately like, oh yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah, no,
not good.
So I feel like you might be able to still taste it, but like I feel like even giving them a heart attack of like, wait a minute,
there's alcohol in this? I didn't think so.
But then they have to turn around and be like, no. I'm placating her right now.
Sandy's a loser, and I'm trying to make sure that she's okay.
Sandy's that person from a Superstore that's lying about, I got so drunk last night, guys.
I love drinking wine. Yeah, like that kind of person.
Yeah.
No. Sandy could have coolly walked away and been like, oh no.
Yeah.
She could have even sobered up and then been like, I think there's just I'm just going to not drink the punch anymore because there must be something in there that's bad for me.
Yeah. I will say people apparently, maybe it's like a big placebo effect. That's what people said in like the comments.
Sure, could be.
Like, yeah. But I just like.
Could be legitimately could be a health condition. Like it could be something there's something in the juice that.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah.
Like it could be diabetic or something. I don't know. And you drank too much sugar. I don't fucking know.
I don't fucking know either, yeah.
I don't know anything about medical shit. I assume most people in that office environment don't. You could make up some shit, man.
Yeah. That's true. You can get pretty far with a lie, yeah.
You could.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Lying helps every situation. Everyone should lie.
Solved it. I'm good. I'm going to get a shovel for the set and just hand it over to you.
Why?
So to make it easier. That's it. Just make it a little easier.
For what? I don't know what you're talking.
I'll get one of those like sandcastle shovels.
Okay, this is from r/waiting to wed.
Oh.
Yeah.
What the okay.
Okay, so many conditions for giving me the ring.
Okay.
These are, I guess, are for women that are waiting for their boyfriends to pop the question.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is more like a vent. We have been together for 3 years. I'm 23. He is 37.
Okay.
He lives 3 hours away from me.
Okay.
So it's sort of long distance.
Sort of.
When I told him about the job offer I got, parentheses, my dream job, he didn't get excited. Can you count how many red flags are in this?
I'm gonna start losing fingers if we
In fact, at first he asked why I applied to jobs in my city.
What a bitch. Yeah.
How dare you?
Me when I live in Orlando and I apply for a Disney job. Man, I'm such a dick.
You're such a dick for doing that. Why didn't I apply for jobs in his city? I said I didn't apply. My manager from my co-op job recommended me for this position.
What a bitch. You kept your job and got an upgraded position.
You're gonna go crazy with this next sentence.
I'm already going crazy, Sarah.
He then asked me if there was something going on between me and my manager.
All right, okay, all right, bro.
Dude,
all
can you
right.
imagine hating your girlfriend so much you don't want to marry her and then begging her to cheat on you
Yeah,
so that you don't have to do the confrontation
Yeah,
of,
and it's
hey,
like-
I don't want to get married to you? I literally laughed. I said my manager is a nice lady in her 50s with grown children. Lol. Then he went on and on that I'm ruining our future.
What?
Okay.
This goalpost isn't even in the stadium anymore, man.
It's in outer space. It's on
fucking
the
outer
fucking
space,
moon.
man.
He has a good job, house, and I just have to move and start our family.
What?
When kids are at school, I can start my career. Oh, I remember why I did this one.
Yeah.
I said
Oh.
his city is too small and there aren't many job opportunities for me. He said I'm selfish. All right. He hasn't even given me the ring. His condition is me moving, and after living together, he will propose. But wow,
Yeah, after I've entrapped
That's
you.
the relationship police.
That's the...
It's me, Sarah, here in
Yeah.
relationship investigator, coming out here to tell you that he's going to kill you. He
Yeah.
will kill you. If you leave with him to live in his house, he will kill you somehow.
Yeah, it's
Emotionally, physically, who knows? We'll figure it
But
out.
I guess that's the fun of learning, guys.
I guess
Yeah.
it's actually not fun. Dying is actually bad for you and not fun.
I shouldn't tell my psych that then.
Yeah.
Fuck, wait.
Your psych knows, I think. Part of his job. Okay. At this point, I'm going to just accept the job. He's putting so many conditions for having a future with me. First, reject your job offer, then move. Then, when I feel like it, I'll propose. You have the correct, these are the correct instincts.
Yeah.
Young women. Young women, this is the
Yeah.
correct instinct. Take the job over the man.
Yeah.
Please. Update. As I mentioned in the comments, he broke up with me. Called me an immature moron who gets excited about shiny new things. Parentheses, my job. He's saying that the
job is the shiny thing.
a job offer is the farthest
On the most matted piece of paper, like
on the most disposable object kind of situation. A job is maybe the nega that.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's like the most is like a diamond or like a gemstone or something.
Yeah.
And then not even like, I don't know, like a piece of plastic or something.
Yeah,
and
something
then
nice. Yeah,
the opposite is like a job.
that you have to go in to work for.
Yeah. Because maybe, I don't know, maybe a diamond is money and it's food,
Yeah, but
which is useful for you.
okay. All right.
On the scale of non-utilitarian to full utilitarian, a job is
Pretty high up there. Yeah.
Actually, apparently it's pocket knife is the top one.
You know.
Yeah.
Actually, fair.
Okay, call me an immature moron who gets excited about shiny new things, parentheses, my job, and cannot see the big picture. Like
The
he
big
can.
picture of getting knocked up by him, because he was literally like, "You
And
gotta
trapping
come
me.
in.
Trapping.
I'm gonna. Once the kids are in school, you can work."
Yeah.
Gross.
He said I could have had it all. except for a job.
Except for your autonomy.
Yeah, easy.
Except for your frontal lobe, because that's going away if you move
Yeah.
in there.
Easy life, family, career, and later life, but I was too stupid. He also brought up my past trauma, parentheses, dad having an affair when my mom was dying of cancer.
Like,
sounds like a keeper. He said I'm just like my dad, a selfish prick who doesn't
What?
care about family values. I'm excited about my shiny new thing. My manager is the best. If she hadn't gotten me this job, I probably would have moved for him. This is girls being looking out for girls.
Yeah,
I'm not even sad that he dumped me. That's good.
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that the Uno reverse of actually I'm dumping you for this.
Dude, age gaps, it's just two consenting adults. Why are we even mad at them? Everyone knows my grandma totally wasn't manipulated by my granddad, and he was 30 years older than her. Sure, she'd never had a job, even though she wanted one very deeply.
And sure, like, they technically started talking, like, when she was 17, but, like, yeah.
And they had, like, 16 kids together that she didn't actually want, and I am a victim of
being
generational trauma.
Yeah, no, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, just just bros being bros, you know, just messing around.
Protect this man at all costs. Protect this man at all
costs, yeah. No, that's the plot of Barbarian, a movie I've already brought up earlier.
Yeah. It is, huh?
No, you're about to get Barbarian.
You were about to get Barbarian. He's dug a tunnel under his house. He was going to keep you chained to a bed.
Yeah. Christ.
Yeah, you were about to get the collectored, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah.
Dude, fuck that guy.
Yep.
30, what was it? 37?
There should be a relationship police that you
can call.
Yeah. Like, these guys should be on a list, because he's just going to go try to do that to another 20-year-old.
For sure. Immature moron is projection, man. Oh my god.
It is funny, though, when people like that break up with somebody and they're like, you're a piece of shit, you're garbage, you're da-da-da-da-da-da. The feeling I always get is like, then why were you dating me?
Yeah. I get that, because it's like,
a stupid moron.
Yeah, it seems like you're the moron then.
It sounds like you're a little bit of that too, if I'm such an idiot.
Yeah. Christ, dude. I will say, fucking, dude, I love the statement that dudes will make. And ladies, fellas, non-binary, everyone. If someone says to you, you need to think about what I bring to the table, they don't bring anything to the table. And I don't know, maybe this is like an ego thing that I'm having right now, where I'm realizing, oh, I have a job and a skill that actually is good and also can bring people together.
Yep.
I do have something to bring to the table.
Yes. God, I wish I was having that revelation right now.
Yeah. Sarah's about to call me an imbecile moron or whatever.
No, I'm about to call myself that.
No. Jeez.
No, I'm not that. I know I'm smart.
Fucking appreciate yourself.
Okay.
Bitch. Yeah, no. That's you're dealing with a con man, a huckster. You're fucking you're just fuck off, man. Shit. I really hate that we even have to say you deserve better than this. You know? Like, God. We should applaud someone, though, for doing better than this, though, at least.
Yeah. This is why you tell people that you don't applaud the bare minimum.
Fucking minimum.
Can you imagine being to this lady, being like, well, at least he calls you. And she's dead next week.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Okay. Maybe he actually
that plant was able to kill someone? That's crazy.
That plant's got a knife.
Yes.
That plant is wanted for armed battery. For assault and battery.
Right.
That plant. That plant has 3 priors.
Dude, looking at the FBI's most wanted list and just seeing like a carnivorous fur. Yeah, ficus, yeah.
A monstera.
A red oak.
Yeah.
Been active for 500 plus years.
That red oak has manipulated so many women. It's insane.
Crazy. Yeah, no, get out of there. Get out of there. Just get out. Get out.
The title of this episode.
Also a movie.
That plant has a knife.
I wish I could put the word knife in.
You can't put the word knife?
Yeah, because of the woke left.
I thought this was America, man.
Nah. Final story, dude. Hell yeah.
Final story of the night, bro.
Am I the asshole for asking my friend to give back a gift I gave her after she openly expressed that she would be getting rid of it?
Okay.
I, 27 female, have been friends with this girl, we'll call her Mary, 28 female, since high school. Recently, I was back in our hometown and she invited me to her birthday brunch to celebrate her 28th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
One day on my way home, I happened to stumble across an estate sale where I found a set of really nice crystal champagne glasses that were in really good condition and cheaper than their worth. Mary lives in a high quality fancy lifestyle, so I thought they would be perfect for her, especially because they were within my budget. At this time, I had been recovering from student loans and had just put down a deposit on my first apartment in the city.
That's a funny way to say it. Recovering from student loans is a funny way to say it because it's like an illness, which I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say while you get water that if my grandmother was alive, and this is maybe bitchy to say, but if my grandmother was alive, I would think that she wrote this because she has a thing for crystal.
Oh, yeah? Oh, shit.
It's like, can we get this crystal out of here? I know it's good. It's just no one's going to use it, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Fast forward to the brunch. We had a really good time, and I got to catch up with Mary and other friends from high school. Mary was eager to open the presents, and when she got to mine, she seemed to enjoy them, asking me where I got them since there was no label. I explained that I didn't know the brand, but the person running the estate sale had assured me that they were authentic and had been a wedding gift to previous owners.
Nice.
At the mention of the estate sale, Mary became visibly disgusted.
Okay.
Poor. The pores.
Well, yeah, women only like brand names.
Although she didn't say anything to my face, she was very passive-aggressive towards me for the rest of the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I overheard her whispering to some of the other guests about how I had the audacity to give her a used item and that she would be discarding them later. After the event was over, I approached her privately, not wanting to make a scene, and asked if she wasn't going to use the glasses, if she can give them back, as I would put them to good use and know their quality.
Okay.
She flipped out and told me it was extremely rude to ask for them back, and it was not my business what she did with them.
Okay.
My family is understanding and thinks I did nothing wrong, but some mutual friends also think otherwise, so am I the a-hole.
No. I think I don't think she's going to dispose of them. I do think she's going to keep them. I think she just said that to dunk on you to keep up appearances because she's a loser. I don't know. I'm sorry. I keep saying the word loser. I don't really like using that word, but it is like, she's just lame. I don't know. She thinks that I think you're lame and maybe a loser if you really care so much about what other people think of you.
Yeah.
Because, we're not people that have ever had that luxury.
Yeah.
Some people are born and they're not allowed to ever fit in. And this sounds like a really I don't fit in. I wear the stupid hat all the time, kind of shit from Riverdale.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like, no, sometimes that I just don't really have any sympathy for the majority or people that try to force themselves to be in the majority.
Yeah. And also I feel like there's also a part of me that's like, you're really just going to accept a gift to throw it away. Just make
it's
more waste.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's shitty as hell, dude.
Yeah, which is, I really don't think she is. I think the fact that she liked it and then she didn't realize that it wasn't a brand.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. If you like something and then you realize that, it's used, it's like, why do you care? Why do you care?
People are like that, though, about used stuff. Like, people won't shop at Goodwill or something because they're like,
no,
it's dirty or gross or whatever.
Yeah, honestly, I think you can very reasonably find used gear or used anything and be kind of okay. Or at least 90% of the time be all right.
Yeah.
Did you know? Okay, this is off topic, I suppose.
Yeah.
If you can maybe, and maybe I shouldn't say this because I should save this for myself when I want to go to Goodwill to get this.
Yeah.
If you go to Goodwill and you try to find those old cable boxes that used to record thing.
Yeah.
I saw a TikTok where a guy was like, if you want to get a hard drive for $2, you should go grab it, disassemble it, take the hard drive out because it's just an internal hard drive.
Fuck yeah.
SATA with everything.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. As long as it works.
Yeah, as long as it works, yeah. But
yeah,
also
but
it's like
$2.
a $5 risk,
God, do you want to go to Goodwill and
at some point?
We should.
At some point,
I would love that.
I don't know. You should be if someone gives you gifts, it's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't like I really associate people that need brand everything.
Yeah.
I associate that mentality with oh, I can't do that. I'm too poor. Like you don't have the creativity of a poor person. There are some things you physically can't do when you're poor.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that poor people more often, if you've lived your entire life poor, you're gonna figure out how to eat.
Yeah,
You
no,
know?
I get what you mean. Like you get more skills because you need them to survive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And not necessarily get more skills, but you get skills that you need for the necessity of survival. You know?
And but this isn't like a meritocracy thing. Like poor people are more skilled or
No,
whatever.
yeah, it's the thing where it's like it's more expensive to be poor or shit like that. You know, like
yeah, it is more expensive to be poor. So, I mean, I don't know. I've lived in situations where we just learned how to make our money go really far. And like even us, like we've lived in situations where we don't have that much money, and we're like
living in.
we're living it. No, but like figuring out like I need a sweet treat every night. So I make rice pudding because it's literally just like 3 ingredients and that's it.
All right, enjoy eating popcorn. So we got a bunch of popcorn for the machine, and it's cheaper than microwave, and you get a bunch more.
Yeah.
Or going to fucking Costco and buying a bunch of shit in bulk.
Yeah.
That is cheaper than going to Walmart.
Which all of these things have a level of privilege to them.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
yeah.
Having a Costco membership was free from Uber Eating.
Yeah.
From having to do Uber Eats. So like, there is still a level of privilege with it. I'm not saying we are poor 1,000%.
No, yeah.
I'm just saying like, I think, I don't know why I associate these mentalities together. And honestly, maybe it's a mistake, but it just is like, I hate being around rich people and they're like, no, I can't have that because it's not my brand. And I'm like, why can't you?
Yeah, what's the problem here? Like,
what is physically stopping you from doing it? It like stops them from logicking themselves around situations. To me, that leads to, no, I can't pick up the guitar. It's not a good enough guitar. No, I can't learn how to draw because
yeah.
No, I can't do cross stitch because I'm not creative enough. Like, it's like, okay, you don't need all the tools to fucking start something. Sometimes you just have to do something.
Yeah. Even doing just the research on it,
Yeah. And I just think that mentality is very pervasive, especially like if you have depression.
Yeah.
Or if, you think about things in a way that, I don't know. I think just being like, I like these, but I can't use them because they're not a name brand. Why can't you just be happy?
Yeah. Why are you putting extra barriers on yourself from your personal enlightenment,
Yeah. It's like, if you don't have a chemical imbalance in your brain that stops you from being happy, you're just stopping yourself from being happy, and I think that's a waste.
Yeah.
Because it's not expensive enough. That's weird to me.
Pretty fucking...
And I think it's just something I personally don't jive with.
No, I get it. I don't think I necessarily jive with it either.
Yeah.
Don't mess with it, yeah.
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 Yeah, that's it. Solved it.
Solved it. That's our show, dude.
Yeah.
Sarah, what do you want to plug?
Pizza. I'm hungry. Follow me on Tumblr at thatsoheron, thatsoheeron.tumblr.com or blog or whatever it is. And APWSTR also. We have a Tumblr and we have a APWSTR fans, which is the Tumblr community. It is very fun. We need people to be talking in there though. So people, please get in there and
communicate with each other.
And there's also a bunch of mutual aid links in the link tree down below for Palestine, Sudan, Congo. There are red cards for your immigrant loved ones, or just anyone that might be visited by ICE that you think that doesn't English isn't their first language. And lots and lots of other stuff: wildfires, hurricanes, natural disasters, things like that.
Yeah,
go look at it.
Look at it.
Yeah.
I'm Joshua Chinland on most things. A guy nicknamed JC on Twitch. A guy nicknamed JC VODs on YouTube for the VODs that I have to work on after this recording. A podcast will save this on Instagram. APWSTR on TikTok. APWSTR Productions on YouTube. And a podcast will save this relationship on all podcasting platforms. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and hit that goddamn bell.
Goddamn bell.
If you've enjoying the podcast or enjoy all the episodes, and don't forget, and it really helps in the algorithm.
Yes.
And don't forget to raise 5 stars on Apple and Spotify podcasts. We also have our Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee, and Throne at those websites, APWSTR, at APWSTR on those websites. And those are also in the link trees, well, in the description below.
Yeah.
And
tell us how you like the show, man. I want to know. You got any suggestions or... I don't know. Maybe we're taking suggestions. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe do you want us to change it up or
So want to switch it up?
We want to switch it up, or
Let us know in the
Yeah.
comments. Because that boosts engagement.
it does. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Anything else?
Nope.
That's our show.
Yep.
See you all on the next one.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I feel like Mr. Milchick with right now because I feel like I've been saying a lot of big words.
Grow.
Grow. I gotta
Grow.
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 Dude, that'd be so funny if I what is
Grow.
it? Putting a timestamp that's outro and then just like spoilers for Severance for like just the 20 seconds because we mentioned one fucking scene from the most recent episode.
What if we just say grow? And then the people that don't watch it don't know what we're fucking talking about.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. But then how do we end the grow?
We just fucking stop the recording. Joshua, it's been 7 years almost. 6 to 7 years of podcasting.
I'm just starting out.
You don't know how to stop.
I'm going to cut it off midway in that sentence now, like The Sopranos. Got your ass.